Hello, hello, y'all. Hello, y'alls. Hello, y'alls. We are back. Yes, we have Pickles back. We have Pickles in the house. We've got baby Pickles. She is just doing her thing. We do. Let's get some Trump supporters in here. Let's get Tic Tac raid. Let's go. Guys, I'm sorry. I'm extra sniffly today. We've got some bad allergy stuff going on. One tap equals one prayer on the screen. What is this thing? What is she doing? Pickles. You're fucking everything up. You're out of control. You're out of control. Rich poor raid. Love it. Love it. What's up, Bookish? Guys, it's a brand new week. It's a Monday. Yeah, she is a terrier. Liam raid. Oh my gosh. That's why my numbers went from 38 to 40. That's what happened. That's what's going on. No, I'm not gone for a couple days. No, I'm here. It's been shipped. Da la la la. Guys, we have new headphones coming in the mail. Excited about this. Excited. The matching's on point today. Every once in a while we wear this green shirt. It matches. I'm struggling with this free jet thing. Yeah, dude, guys, why can't some random country give our president $400 million? Why would you guys ask questions? It's fake news, if you ask me. This is fake. This is why nobody trusts anybody anymore. For you guys to make a big deal out of this, this is why no one trusts legacy media, guys. I know a lot of stress can make you sick. Yeah, I'm sick of people's shit. That's what's happening. Oh my god, boomer. I'm doing good, guys. I'm doing good. Besides being a little bit sick, a little bit sniffly, I might sneeze a few times. The last guest earlier was horrific. There's some weird people on these TikTok streets. I can't get on Discord. I join the invite and it sends me to the App Store, etc. Okay. First of all, I'm assuming you have Discord downloaded. Make sure you have Discord downloaded. And what I would do is go to my link tree. Go here. And then go to the join the Discord server. Go to the three dots. And then hit copy link. Copy that link up in that A. And then go to your browser and then paste that link. And if you don't want to do all that, you can just go to discord.me/picklesggs. Biden sucks. Your mom sucks. Listen, it's whatever, dude. Trump isn't a dictator. He's an isolationist. Those two things are not mutually exclusive. He can be both. Oh, this is a Red Bull White Peach limited edition. Sugar free. Delicious. How can you say one bad thing about the meds being dropped 80%? It's not even going to happen. It's just to get y'all hyped up. It's an executive order, guys. Bless your heart. If you think that a president can just write down on a piece of paper, medicine is now cheap, you've got another thing coming. I haven't tried strawberry apricot. No, I haven't. Oh my god. You need to move out of there, Bookish. Get out of there. Medicine is free now. Per what I say. Like, do you really think that's gonna work? It's gonna be sued immediately by a pharmaceutical company with deep pockets. America First is one of his things, Dave, but that's not his only thing. He's also consolidating power in the federal government under the executive branch. It's exactly he's following dictator playbook. Mostly like Viktor Orban and like Bukele, like a mixture of those things. With his magical Sharpie, yeah, I know. Trump moved the path of a hurricane with a Sharpie. Tell me how that's bad, liberals. It's like, okay, well it's not gonna happen. Yeah, he should like didn't they called Kamala communist for having an anti-price gouging law that she wanted to pass, but yet this is totally fine. One person deciding that pharmaceutical companies can't charge us a certain amount. It's the wildest thing I've ever heard. I don't get to choose what likes and taps look like right now. Apparently they're different. I haven't seen the difference. I'll have to check it out on my phone. Oh, I have to look at this one. Oh, weird. What the hell? That's kind of cool. Maybe they put me on some sort of uh what's it called? Some sort of maybe I'm piloting something. They didn't ship it to everybody. Did I see the plane of Afrikaners Trump flew in? Yeah, chat. Is nobody gonna ask questions on your side if you're a conservative? Is anybody asking questions about the people we're paying to bring over? I thought you guys were like anti-immigrants. It's not weird. You can't sue the government? Yes, you can. What? How? Guys, how can you be so confidently wrong there? You can absolutely sue the government. Literally, if Trump or Biden signs an executive order that goes against a private company, they come and sue you. What up, Rissa? You can't sue the government and win. It'll be tied in litigation for years. That's not true either. Who the fuck? Guys, where are you reading your news? Half of the shit Trump does by executive order gets tied up in court and reversed and doesn't go into effect. It'll literally just get paused immediately. What is wrong with y'all? You love watching me cry. I'm not crying. I'm not crying. I don't cry. How do you feel about those immigrant executive orders? Oh, you mean the ones that the Supreme Court have decided against? Which ones, bro? Hello? Do I do call-ins? Yes. I'm on TikTok. If you want to debate, you can come to TikTok and debate me. I might turn the phone line on in here in a second and do that. Now China wants to make a deal. So it turns out Trump reverses course on his plans for the economy, and it's a win. Love it. Love it. Yes, Wednesday. I'm going to be debating with Felice on Wednesday. Guys, tap the screen. Let's get to like 20K. Let's get some more viewers in here. This is my alt account, guys. So if you haven't followed me already, go ahead and follow me. Those of you on TikTok. Let's read the news on China, tariffs, Trump. Tariff truce with China demonstrates the limits of Trump's aggression. So there was a truce, no deal yet. Hold on. Hold on. Let me get my New York Times logged in. We can read about these tariffs. Let's read about them tariffs. It's a 90-day pause, yeah, right? Mass deportation now. Guys, Steel City, you haven't heard the news? Trump is flying people in now. They're white. Don't worry. Don't worry, MAGA. They're white. Don't you worry your little heads about it. Don't you guys worry about it. Oh my god. New York Times, you suck so fucking hard. All right. Boop. We're going to go to we're going to remove this paywall. We're going to go look at this. New York Times, get fucked. All right, we got a paywall. And now we don't. Love the hat. I would rock that Pickles hat for show. You can go buy one right now. Guys, real quick, while we are on that topic, this is my link tree. The second thing right here is my merch. And you can buy this hat that I'm wearing. It's 26 smackers. And I also have a shirt that says go on get. That's 25 smackers. I need to add my logo to that, but this is my brand new logo. This is my brand new logo. I absolutely love it. My girlfriend made this. My girlfriend is a designer. She's very talented. How much are the tariffs on it? Get it soon before the 90-day delay on tariffs come back. Get it sooner than later. All right. The tariffs ultimately proved too painful for American businesses for Mr. Trump to sustain. Within weeks, Trump's officials were saying the tariffs the president had chosen to impose on one of America's largest trading partners were unsustainable and that they were angling to reduce them. So China called us on our bluff. So the no immediate concessions from the Chinese other than a commitment to keep talking. That's about it. That's about it. I guess you can say it's a win that we undid some of the harm Trump did. I guess that is a win. I guess that's a win, MAGA. It's beautiful. The art of the deal. Trump caved, yeah. Trump's UK deal fucked us automakers. I had a MAGA come up here earlier today and tell me very confidently that we're making $2.5 billion a day on these tariffs. Immediately fact checked him. He got very emotional. Nobody can substantiate it. Are my hats not made in America? My hats are embroidered in America. I don't know where the actual hat is made. It's probably not made in America. What energy drink? This is a Red Bull, white peach. I never thought I'd see the day that liberals would be the ones championing free trade, and the Republicans would be the ones championing fucking up the markets. Don't drink that shit. It's not good for you. I'll butt chug it. Is that a good middle ground? They have until mid-August to make progress towards a trade deal. So no deal has been made. They're celebrating really early on this one. Free trade only works when it's fair. Okay. Free trade is free trade. Free trade's free trade. Is free trade. We can say what's not fair all day. We can say that unfettered capitalism's not fair and we need guardrails and we need things to stop things like monopolies or from people from buying up all of the companies, buying up all of the real estate, buying up all of the, like, hello, this welcome to the Democrat Party. You fucking morons. RFK does recommend boofing. I saw that. I saw that. He just struck the best trade deal with China. He's not struck any trade deals with China. There are no deals made. He reduced his own damage. He backpedaled his own deal. I guess that's great. I guess that's great. Ty, what are you doing? He even said they haven't signed anything. Yeah. We haven't got anything. We haven't got anything from this. There's bills going out to stop the land buying. Okay. Since Trump left office the first time, the change in the markets of single family homes, we have investors go from a 10% representation to a 20% representation in the markets. Trump's rich friends, investors, are going around buying all the houses because of the things he did to the Dodd-Frank Act and other executive order that regulated the housing market. Trade experts warned that a 90 days is also a very brief window to make substantial progress in the long list of trade spats between the United States and China, including Beijing's ballooning trade surplus. Similar negotiations typically take well over 1 year, someone said. I would assume you would need to go get like really comprehensive data from both countries in every market and see how changing those numbers, like revenue and changing like an influx of trade or like a decrease in trade, how those things would affect your economy. It would take extensive research. That's why these things take forever. No one's gonna fucking do this in a couple weeks. And it's absolutely it's so dumb and naive to think this is gonna happen in 90 days. We made a deal. Trump's gonna make a deal. You fucking idiots. Plus, who wants to make a deal with Trump after he's literally breaking every trade deal he made in his first administration just so that he can get more power, just so he can have people come kiss the ring? Literally, Trump has not honored any deal. He has no integrity. No one wants to make a deal with him, dude. Stock market is not up. What? Let's see. If it's not over 44,000, you're fucking wrong, dude. It's 42. It's not up. Copart or MAGA? Dow and S&P, none of them have recovered. It's up from 2 days ago. You're getting ready to see the greatest period of prosperity in the country's history. You guys are so delusional. You have no idea what Trump's plan is, and there's no trade deal that Trump could strike that would make it worth us paying these tariffs that he says will never go away. The baseline tariffs he said will never go away, no matter what deal. So you guys are happy to pay a 10% increase on items and goods coming from outside the country. And all we had to do, like our alternative was taxing the rich. You guys imagine if we had Kamala and she merely did a capital gains tax and then lowered our taxes, we'd be killing it right now. The stock market would have kept going in the same trajectory. We wouldn't be facing a recession. We wouldn't have a shrinking GDP. We wouldn't have people losing their jobs in the federal government. We'd be well on our way to paying back, having way less debt than we as a nation. But Trump is fucking exploding the absolute fuck out of our debt, while also cutting like major federal agencies, including the like Federal Bureau of what's it called? Consumer protections. Like federal bureaus that helped protect us from fraud. It's so hilarious for you guys to be cheering any of this on. It's so bad. All you do is cry and Google shit. You mean all I do is research things? That's what you're saying, and then meme on how dumb Trump supporters and Trump are. Not crying. Thoughts on Afrikaners? Listen, if people need to seek refuge from their countries and seek asylum, I am all for it. But for Trump to reverse almost 500,000 people's status and send them back to countries where there's fucking active war going on is completely antithetical to this. So if you guys are cheering on us bringing on South Africans who are just happen to be white, and for us to kick everyone else out of the country so that Trump can get his buddy's airline company, his friend's charter plane company to make a bunch of money because they gave him millions of dollars for his campaign, then go for it. But you guys are silly. You're hurting a bunch of people and you saved 50. They're happy to be here. Great. Welcome. Doesn't know it yet, but I'm his wife. I'll be seeing it. I love that. Yeah, defunding cancer research, USAID, literally federal agencies. For every dollar we spent, they saved us like $4. Also, with like medical research, some of those agencies, for every dollar we spent, we made like $2.25 back. Like things that literally made us money and saved us money. Trump cut them. Fucking dumb. You guys cheered it on. Department of Education. Oh my god. Nobody talks about Abrego Garcia anymore. It's by design that Trump is doing the most insane shit every day. We don't have the mental bandwidth to talk about all this stuff. I'm really important. Literally, I like that. I'm really important's dope, dude. Give education back to the states. You guys bankrupt the states. So at the same time, you think that cutting Department of Education is a step towards small government and giving states rights, their opportunity to make their own decision. And then you watch Trump use executive orders to target universities that don't bend to his will. Make it make sense, you silly geezers. Make it make sense, dude. California funds all the red states, right? Yeah, if we gave states the rights like to do whatever they want, why don't we just stop funding them too? If all the blue states stop funding all the poor welfare queen states that still can't figure out how to balance their own budget, I'm all for it. I'm all for it. Make all of the red states go broke until they figure out how to fucking do economy better. Texas also pays a ton. Yeah, because they have oil. That's it. We tax the sales on the oil they make. It's not because Texas is smart. It's not because Greg Abbott's smart. They just have a bunch of oil. I think they're the second largest source of oil in the United States. Dark Pickles is my alt account, guys. We got banned for 3 days on my normal account. I'm also cranky today because I'm a little sick. California sucks in comparison to Florida. California is so much more successful than Florida. California's GDP, $3.7 trillion, fourth largest economy in the world. They're absolutely destroying Florida. Yeah, I think I might have I might have a little, might have a little cold. As long as trans don't use bathrooms as my kid, I don't care what Trump does. You're willing to let somebody like do authoritarian and dictator shit because he scared you so much that you think that's the biggest issue in the world. I promise you, you've used a bathroom with one of these people and it's not an issue. They're there to pee and poop. They're not there to hurt anybody. They're there to pee and poop. $59 refugees. It's not even that many. It's not even that many people. 59 refugees. What's better than eating guava pastry? A, eating it while listening to politics. What's up, Breezy? I like whoever pinned that. I like that. America would be great if Democrats fought as hard to see America's seat as do see it to fail. I don't know how Republicans still think they're patriots when they're willing to undo the Constitution because Orange Man says he needs to. In order to be a good president, he needs to be a non-patriot. You guys are all falling in line with it. It's very sad. For you guys to think you're patriots, it's not. No one's buying it. No one's buying it. Trump has to be one of the worst presidents in all of U.S. history. I agree. Absolutely the worst. An embarrassment. He's profoundly stupid. That's for sure. He's very stupid. They're Trump patriots, not country. Yeah, I know. He's the smartest person ever. Just ask him. We're all the opposite. I don't know, chat. If you're a Trump supporter, you want to debate, come hop in the box. Come tell me why you like Trump. Why is your brain not good? I might turn on the. I might turn on the. I think I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna go ahead and turn on the Google Voice number. YouTube, if you want to call in, you're welcome to do it. Let me turn it on. Get your phones ready. Boom. Oh shit. Oh no, it works. Test. Oh, I love it. I think it works. Let me see if it works.
Il dit c'est toujours du live.
It does. It works exactly how I want it to. Yeah, California's population has increased. It fell during COVID. But I'm gonna assume everybody's population fell during COVID. Yellow.
Hello?
Yep. Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
Yes, this.
All right, what do you like about Trump?
Immigration policy, economy, the tariffs. I mean, there are some things I don't necessarily agree with him on, but a lot of his policies I agree with.
All right, let's talk about his immigration policy. How do you feel about sending someone to jail for the rest of their lives for committing a Class C misdemeanor?
Sending them to jail in the United States or in a different country where they also committed crimes, where their
No.
laws supersede.
Like sending like 75% of the people he sent to CCOT, one of the world's worst prisons. These people had no criminal history in either country. Do you think that's good?
Did they break into the United States illegally?
Like a Class C misdemeanor, it's a civil thing, like a parking ticket.
Where's your evidence that shows that he did that?
That he sent people to CCOT?
Yeah, like well, with the sentences that you're, are they holding centers or are they actual detention facilities where they're going to be held there for
0 people
term?
get to leave CCOT before they die. 0 people.
Okay.
Do you think that's like ample punishment, especially without due process?
Well, due process only pertains to American citizens or those who are passport holders of the United
It's
States.
not true.
For the United States, yes, it does.
That's absolutely
in
not
the
true.
in the Constitution, it does not say that anybody outside of U.S. citizens get to have due process under our laws. Due process for illegal immigrants is they get deported, and that's it.
That's not true. So the wording under the Fifth Amendment says all persons, doesn't say citizens. It's one of the very few times it says all persons. I can pull it up for you.
Okay, please do. I'm more than willing to be proven wrong. I just wanted to understand.
Protects all persons against self-incrimination, double jeopardy, and deprivation of life, liberty, and property without due process of law.
Okay, so you're going. This is off the Constitution, so you're going off a 248-year-old law. But then when Trump enacts the Alien and Sedition Act, they say that it's the old law, so it shouldn't be pertained to. So what's the difference between pertaining to one as opposed to the other?
So all laws stem from the Constitution, but the Constitution gives us basic rights. So if you go back on the Constitution, you're just not a patriot, in my opinion.
I mean, fair to a point, but at the same time, the Constitution was, if you look at it in modern law sense, it goes toward, it's pertaining to American citizens or those who are under American or protected American citizenship status.
Then why do we have immigration court?
We have immigration court in order to vet people before they become full-fledged legal immigrants to the United States.
Why is there a court at all?
Why would there not be a court? There's somebody has to vet it, and you can't just rely on people on the street. You have to go through a government process in order to vet people who are coming from another country.
So again, it's very easy to see. There's even case law from the Supreme Court that gives all people, if you have 1 foot on U.S. soil, you are protected under the U.S. Constitution, and is one of the fifth. It's a fifth thing that our forefathers wrote down. Is like they thought about all these rules to where we're going to be a successful country. The things that have made us a successful country stem from these 20 plus amendments. And if we go back on it, if these people, if a certain type of person doesn't have due process, then what we can do is I can say, hey person, you're that type of person. You are MS-13, therefore no due process. I'm going to lock you up for the rest of your life. Do you see how that doesn't work? That kind of breaks things.
Well, that also goes against towards the Alien and Sedition Act as well. So you had loyalists, and if they were tried at a different standard because they were not United States citizens. Yes.
You cut out. You said they were tried at different standards, and then United States citizens.
They're other than the United States citizens. Yes, because United States law was developed and designed for United States citizens, or at least those who are patriotic towards it.
Do you remember what we did with that law? Why
nothing is still in the books?
No, what did we utilize that law to do the last time we used it?
Prisoners of war, basically.
Remember, did we put them in camps? Like, didn't we put them in encampments?
Like internment camps?
Yeah.
Yeah, my grandfather was in one.
Are you Japanese American?
No, Filipino American, but at the time they didn't really distinguish between Filipino and Japanese, so they just threw him in, and he was sent back to the Philippines. He was deported, and then my mother came back as a legal immigrant to the United States.
So do you think that was right or wrong to do what they did to your grandpa?
I think it was right given the circumstances, considering at the time he was a military-aged man, and then he went back to the Philippines and fought the Japanese in the Philippines in the 1940s.
Bro. Do you think that we're in war right now?
I do, yes. Under invasion or war, yes.
Who are we at war with?
We are at war with, I would say we are at war with Iran, Russia, and China.
Where are the war fronts at?
Well, we're going into the realm of fifth generational warfare. I don't know if you're normalized to that term, but warfare doesn't necessarily mean that you're firing against each other and people are dying on a battlefield necessarily.
Are we still in the Cold War?
I would say yes. The Cold War is still technically a thing, but I think it's expanded and we're closer to a hot war than we are to a Cold War.
I don't know. I think that this is a common thing with authoritarian dictators is they invoke wartime law, and that enables them to stay perpetually in power. That's what Bukele is doing. That's what a lot of other things do. They invoke other laws and subvert their country's constitution in the name of national security. This is exactly what Trump is doing. So I feel like what he's got to do is he's got to give you guys some sort of fear about how these other countries are behaving for him to be able to do it. So Bukele, for example, he's been caught paying certain groups of people to continue to do crime so that he can stay perpetually in this wartime law that he's invoked. This is what Trump,
and I completely disagree with all of that. Well, I don't think Trump's hiring thugs to increase crime.
No, but
I don't think that's happening
he's
at all.
testing the laws in the courts, saying, "Hey, we're in wartime, and I'm going to do wartime law stuff." Like the deportations that he's trying to do. For you to say that we're in war is crazy. No, half of the country would not agree with you. We're pretty chill, if you ask me.
Well, yeah, but half the country would disagree with me, but the other half the country just might agree with me.
I think that 100% of the country would say that there was no war before Trump did this. But now that Trump's done this, you guys have to back Trump and say that we are in war.
Well, I would say that war is defined in different standards. I'm not saying that we're in a hot war where we're shooting each other. I'm saying that we are in a war where we're, constantly fighting in order to maintain our rights and, try to insert law and order where it needs to be, held.
One side is fighting for our rights, but it's definitely not yours. I'm trying to say that we have rights to due process, even the ones who aren't legally here.
Okay, well, even going off of that standard then, so why is it that those who are not legally here, why are their due process rights met far greater intervals than those who are legal national born citizens?
How are they, I'm sorry, say the wording again. How
Derek
do they have
Chauvin,
higher standards?
Well, I would say Derek Chauvin, which is a hot topic. I'll grant that. There's a lot of things with that. The two men who killed Ahmaud Arbery, those guys. I mean, and the January 6th rioters,
those people,
which
all
I
had
will
due
admit that it was a
process.
riot.
All of them, they all had due
Not
process.
the January 6th rioters. Not all of the January 6th rioters had due process.
Which ones
They were
didn't
held
have
in
due
political
process?
prison. Well, the majority of them, like almost all of them, were not actually held under any charge. They were told that they were held for sedition or treason or whatever else, but then they never actually were charged with anything. And then they were released after Trump, made the order and pardoned all of
These
them.
people,
but they were never actually tried.
1,200 people were tried and successfully convicted.
Okay, where is the standard? Where exactly are you getting that? Because they were held, yes, they were held, but they were never actually convicted.
All of them, every one of them were convicted, bro.
By a New York court. It did not happen in New York.
Name one person who didn't have due process.
Well, obviously, I don't know them by name. I'm just saying that they were held in a New York court that happened in D.C. for a crime that committed in D.C. That should be a D.C. court that convicted them, and it wasn't. They were told that they were being held for certain things, but they were not actually ever convicted by a legal court of law telling them that each individual person being given due process in order for them to plead their case. None of them were ever able to plead their case. They were held for 2 years and then released. So there was no, and you think about that, you think about January 6th. What makes the difference between January 6th and, say, Kenosha, or the riots that happened in Minneapolis, or the riots that happened anywhere in Chicago?
Anybody who broke the law definitely was arrested if they were found, and they were charged.
Mm-hmm.
So,
what's the normal trespassing? What's the normal trespassing sentence for an actual conviction of trespassing? It's not 2 years.
If you're gonna call what January 6ers were doing just trespassing, you're not being like genuine, because they were trying to.
I'm not saying that there weren't some that were violent. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying that a vast majority of them weren't.
They were trying to stop the certification and of the president who won the election. They were trying to stop the certification, and President Trump was the one who egged it on, told them that if you don't do this, you won't have anything. You have to fight like hell, because they stole the election. We still have no evidence on him.
Well, if you're going to say fight like hell was like a rallying cry, well, then Kamala Harris also used when we fight, we win. Or you think of many Democratic leaders, they also said, when they go high, we go low. So the fighting thing, the mentioning fighting in political discourse, there's
that's different.
Yeah, that
going
one,
high means we have integrity. We hold our nose up, and we don't say insults like Trump does. We don't call people's wives dogs and stuff like that. But what this all comes down to is Trump holding a rally called Stop the Steal 2 miles away, and he convinced everybody the election was stolen. Meanwhile, he was having fake slates of electors go and pose as the real duly elected people in 7 swing states in an attempt to try to steal the election. So that was an actual coup.
When they say fake electors, they say fake electors, but I would say that they would be alternate electors, which every president has done whenever they were the incumbent and trying to come back into office.
Alternate electors assumes that they were actually elected. These people were just random people chosen by Kenneth Chesbrough.
But where's your proof on that they were not actual certified electors?
Because they're actually their criminal charges are still being pushed forward because they're state charges, and Trump couldn't pardon them. So people like Tina Peters
telling me that after
and other
4
people,
years. I'm saying you're telling me after 4 years of Biden that they couldn't find any evidence, considering Biden had the DOJ, Biden had the FBI, Biden had the CIA, that he couldn't find anybody that was connected to it in order to convict him within a 4-year term?
He was charged with this stuff. A grand jury said that Trump was definitely liable to face charges for this, yes.
Okay, was there actually any connection to Trump personally?
Yes.
And whether, well, then where do those documents go? Because they're completely gone.
Like
after 4 years of Biden, they're gone.
There's a 1,600-page indictment that you can read that was in D.C.
Talking about
Trump was indicted. No, I'm talking about the Trump was indicted on these charges, but MAGA doesn't really know anything about Trump's indictment, so they don't know this.
And that's fair. Like I may be in some kind of echo chamber, but I would like to know more of it. But
Go
so
read
far,
it.
where would I find that at?
Type DC Trump
DOJ.gov.
indictment.
Okay.
DC Trump indictment.
Well, I'm on my phone right now, so if I type that in exactly right now, I'm not going to be able to hear you for the rest of the debate.
Here you go. United States versus Donald Trump, and you might not be able to see my screen right now, but the rest of YouTube, etc., can read it. And it says conspiracy to obstruct an official proceeding. That's one charge. Obstruction of an attempt to obstruct an official proceeding. That's the second charge. Count 4 is conspiracy against rights, voting rights. Conspiracy to defraud the United States is count 1. These are all the indictments. These are all the charges. There's page upon pages upon pages. Jack Smith also released a 160-page court document as well, weeks before the last election. There's tons of evidence. There's evidence for days, but somehow Trump has kept people on your side at bay and from reading any details about this.
Okay, well, I just wrote down the website that you gave me, so I will look at, or not the website, but the information you gave me, so I will definitely look that up later. But like I said, right now, if I try to type that into my phone, then I would, not be able to talk to you as far as that goes. But, so you're saying that Trump, tried to subvert the election
Yes.
without any, so you say it was an insurrection, but name any insurrection in history that didn't come with an armed force.
I think it's a weird, like, we do coups all the time across the world, and it doesn't involve armed people.
Well, they did. So
No,
there was a majority. Okay, well, which one would you say didn't involve force? Because the majority of the time with the United States,
Trump tried to do a coup on Venezuela, and it failed. It involved 0 armed people. He would go to. We were going into colleges, and we were trying to teach people in these colleges, people of voting age, that the current government was bad people, and which I may agree with, but. We do this all the time. It's a coup. So what Trump was doing was saying the same thing to you guys through the media, flooding the media with lies such as the election was stolen, everyone's corrupt that's going against me. He just knows how to work the media to kind of wash over people with that.
But so it's much so in the same way that the Communist Party of Russia or China, both of them, have infiltrated the college sector of the United States and tried to influence younger people to vote more socialist or communist against their best interest. So kind of the same way, just on the opposite end of the spectrum.
Sure.
Okay, well, at least we have clarity and not agreement, and that's fine. I am more than welcome to accept that. But I mean, the last guy definitely didn't want to hear anything I had to say. But so when it comes to, say, a protest on a political outcome. So are you saying that if you don't go, if you have, say Biden had lost and then people came to protest or rally or whatever else, they wouldn't go to the Capitol building? They would go to their local municipalities and they'd go to the local governments and complain there, because that's not exactly what we would envision as being, fruitful as far as their protests go. It's a little different
when you're a sitting president and you try to rally people up to go against your own government. It's kind of wild.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but if you have the following to do so and people agree with you, not just because you were told to, but because you honestly agree with it, why exactly do I see that? Why would anybody see that as a problem? If you have a problem with the government, you go to the source.
If Trump ever came out with actual evidence that the election was stolen, that'd be a little different. But as of today, still, we have nothing but like signed affidavits from his friends saying it was stolen. No actual evidence, none of that. So it does seem like extremely disingenuous to say that this is just like BLM, and the like unaliving of people of color disproportionately through law enforcement. That is a real thing to rally about. That is a real movement that people can get behind and say, this is happening and we don't like it.
Well, see, I'm a native man, so I have my own qualms about, the people in the government and, the unwanted hysterectomies and unwanted vasectomies on the reservation and stuff like that. So I understand that. But when it comes to the unaliving of certain people of race, again, well, from the police force, I don't see the numbers there. There's not numbers to justify that kind of movement where they're saying that it's, systemically racist. That to me doesn't make sense.
Well,
There's a whole 9 people in 2020 that were killed, 9 people of color who were killed, who were actually unarmed, not quote unquote unarmed, but actually unarmed, that were unalived by police in 2020. And that was like the big movement then, was saying that people of color in, any kind of community were being targeted by the police, which that doesn't really seem to pan out. It seems to me just don't break laws, and then you don't end up getting, and don't break laws, don't resist, don't threaten police, and you don't end up getting unalived.
Yeah, I don't know. The party of law and order is slowly falling apart when I'm constantly trying to be convinced that the law, just like you were stating at the beginning of this, is outdated. But
no, I never said the law was outdated. I'm just saying that there's a double standard on that. When one party says that law from 248 years ago should apply, but then the other party says, no, it shouldn't apply, it's old and outdated. But then again, they say, oh, well, this old 248-year law should apply.
All right, and also I believe the statistic you brought up was wrong. In 2020, we have 243 black people killed by the police, 171 Hispanic, and unknown 120, other 27. White people 459. So black people 243 versus white 459. In fact, if we add all of these up, it's way more. 243 plus.
Well, then we're going to get into the whole 40-30 demographic.
Well, yeah.
Or 30-50 demographic.
13% of the population would be black people, and they're definitely account for way more than 13% of the people being killed, including.
Well, so the 13% of the demographic also commits 55% of the crime.
That's
the
also,
violent crime, not just shoplifting.
Yeah, they're also the half of the people who get exonerated for crimes. They also get 20% longer sentences than white people, and 1350 is also a dog whistle, bro.
For the same crime, you're saying that
yes.
White and black people are disparaged, or black people are disparaged on the same kind of crime that a white person is?
Yes.
I don't see that. I really don't. Like in my daily life and in the news media, anything. Like any news media or anything in my life, I don't see that.
Unless you're a bailiff or a judge, I wouldn't expect you to see any of that, right? We would just have studies that show this.
Well, fair enough, but at the same time too, like I have a colored past, just like most people of my color, and or most people of my upbringing, I should say, not just my color, but the culture goes a lot into it as well. Which
we don't really rely on people's anecdotes for data. We just look at the data.
Okay, well then, I don't see exactly where you're getting your data from. Whenever I'm getting my data from a federal source, and I'm assuming you're getting your data from a federal source, and we're coming up with completely different numbers.
Okay, I don't think you have anything to. I'll pull up the study for you.
Please do. Like I said, I'm more than willing to be proven wrong. I just want to know exactly what the sources are so I can actually read it for myself.
According to U.S. Sentencing Commission, black male offenders on average received sentences 20.4% longer than white males who commit the same crimes.
Okay, but do these black males also have prior convictions? So I saw that same study saying that the black males also had prior convictions, which would lead to a steeper
black
sentence.
males were found to receive sentences that were 50% longer than white males, according to Virginia State. So in certain states, it's even worse. But I don't know.
Even worse, yes, but with priors or without priors, whether they be misdemeanor going into felony priors or not, it doesn't matter. So we go into the whole logistic or the whole statistics of whether or not they had priors or not.
No, we're gonna say this is 1-to-1. If you're gonna try to say that this study was done without nuances, that's for you to go figure out. But I highly doubt that's a thing they forgot to include.
Okay, so even if we go off that thing, if we go off of the fact that whether they had priors or not, most white men that I have known that have gone to prison, which has been a lot, and I understand you don't want to go into the whole spiel of whatever my experience was compared to the national experience, but I've known a lot of white guys that have gone to prison for
Dude, you're bringing up anecdotes.
Less.
I don't know if you've listened to debates before, but you saying your personal experience in a conversation like this doesn't do anything. Does not do anything.
Okay, well then we can just bring up the national average that the white men who are armed and go against police are more likely to be killed by police than black people are.
You said
Now
that
look at the
white,
statistics from the
unarmed
DOJ.
men are
No, white
more.
armed people. Well, let's just say white people in general are more likely to be killed by police than black people. And if you look at the statistics from the DOJ and the FBI, they corroborate with that.
Fact check false data on U.S. racial murder rates.
And I'm just going off of sheer numbers, not going off of
So you're saying
municipalities
volume,
or
not
counties or whatever else.
percentage? Yeah, because more white people exist in the United States, so that's disingenuous.
And you have to go off of that average as well. So it goes off of exactly how many people we have in the population as opposed to how many people actually.
Yeah, we would have to go by
commit
rate,
crime.
just like you acknowledged you're not doing.
Well, we have to go by race, yes. But so if you look at the percentage of white people who are committing, yes, if you go off the percentage of white people who are committing crimes and being killed by police, as opposed to the rate of or the percentage of black people in the country who are committing crimes and being killed by police, white people still are being killed more at higher rates by police than black people are, going off of the amount of people killed and the amount of people who are actually make up the population of the United States. Does it not corroborate that?
I think what you might be citing is an image that I'm finding a fact check on, and it's false data, according to Reuters.
Mine is coming straight from the DOJ.
Oh, this would be also really helpful if Trump didn't recently delete all of the information on cops' murder and wrongful deaths. That would be real nice if he didn't do that.
Well, even still, can you see the raw numbers, at least a estimate of the numbers going from white people versus population and black people versus population, and seeing exactly what the standards are? And I understand too that there's more white people than black people in the United States. I get that, but you can't claim it's a race issue.
Okay, it is.
If there's a proportionate number of.
So black people are murdered twice as much. So it's 1% when we're talking about police killing white people, and it's 2% for black people.
How many percent for white people?
1%.
So 1 to 2%. Now, depending on the demographic, as far as what they're counting that against, I can guarantee that it's not 2% for the entire. I can guarantee it's not the entire white population in the United States being killed.
All right. Well, I'm not asking. I'm not sitting here muddying the waters with nuance. I'm sitting here just reading you the data that you just tried to recite to me in bad faith, because your raw data was enough for you until it proved you wrong.
No, I really want to know the numbers. That's what I'm asking. And the numbers are constantly being updated. And I'm just saying that I've seen a lot more white guys who are going to prison for
that doesn't mean anything.
That
means you just live in a white area or you have white friends.
Okay, well, how as a native do I live in a white area that doesn't have any kind of mixture of culture? That makes no sense to me.
I don't know, man. But you just saying you have white friends that went to prison doesn't do anything.
I didn't say I have white friends. I'm just saying that the crime statistics in the places that I've lived, and I've lived all over the Western United States. I haven't lived anywhere in the East. That's fair. But in the Western United States, I've seen that proportionally there's a lot of white people who are going to jail. And there's quite a bit of black people going to jail, but there's not a lot of difference there.
Now, again, like me saying what I see from my small point of view does nothing to what the nation as the aggregate data comes out to be. It makes absolute no sense for anyone to just hear you flapping your jaws about what you've seen and say that's the data. That's a horrible way to do science.
I'm just saying, I'm bringing the data to a personal experience. I wasn't saying that what I had to see was the data. Like where I live could be completely different to where somebody else lives in Chicago or something like that. I get that. But what I'm saying is, when it comes to the culture of committing crime, the culture of committing crime is more so in the communities of color, which me being native, I see it all the time on the red.
They're being over-policed. Do you believe that systemic racism is a thing?
I do not. I believe that as long as you obey by the rules, that you're not going to have any problems. You just don't commit crimes and you don't have a problem whether you're white or black. No, I believe that regardless of color, as long as you obey the law, you don't have an issue. Now, you may have some bad apples wherever you live, overall, you're not going to have systemic racism where it's like, oh, well, you're brown. I do live.
Bro, boy, oh
well,
boy. We've got some news for you. You're native too, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
All right. So
And I
do you know
moved
what
off the res on
redlining? Do you know
purpose.
what redlining is?
I do. It's where they keep people of color from owning properties or owning businesses
Do you
just
not think
off
that's a
of the color
systemic
of their
racism
skin.
issue?
Redlining hasn't been a thing since the 50s.
Okay, but do you believe that people could be like my mom was around during then? Does that mean that maybe my mom might have some inherent biases because of the world she grew up in?
I mean, that's possible, but at the same
Do you
time, too,
think
I'm
that
not going to
people
hold her
my mom's
accountable for her
age-
biases.
Do you think that people that are around in the 50s might be judges today?
Probably, but if you
Do
look
you
at
think
the
those people who went through
statistics of
Jim
people,
Crow are still alive today? Do you think that
not
people...
very many other considering the modern population. No, there's not too many people who went
you're
through Jim Crow.
kidding me.
What is this? What is the?
Literally,
Okay.
these people have less generational wealth, and they have things called generational trauma. So when you're talking about people maybe inherently committing more crime or being overrepresented in
Okay.
crime statistics, we can also talk about
so you-
nuances and why we also have people over policing areas such as that, or why the CIA maybe have introduced a certain substance to neighborhoods filled with people like that.
No, I don't exactly understand your racial qualification as far as like when it comes to understanding generational trauma.
It's
but
much better than yours, apparently.
Well, I'm Shoshone, and I live in the state of Montana, where there's people like not even 200 years ago, where there's massacres and they're marked as battlefields here in my state. I understand the generational trauma, but I've worked past it and tried to grow from that in order to make my life better. Because I left the res for a reason. I didn't want to be there anymore, where everybody's pretending to be a victim in the modern age, where you have every opportunity. So I decided to use the opportunities, and I've been ostracized.
We're talking about people. We're talking about numbers. We're talking about societies, not just your personal experience and overcoming the hardships of being a person of color. You can't just be like, well, I did it, therefore everybody shouldn't have any loss of privilege. There's no such thing as white
I'm not
privilege.
saying that at all. I'm saying that I did it, so obviously other people who are better suited for it might be able to do it too.
Societies. Talking about entire societies.
I know, talking about entire societies. So what I'm telling you now is that there are always going to be people who fall through the cracks. Not everybody's going to be able to, persevere through whatever generational trauma they have or whatever lifetime trauma they have. I'm saying that if I was able to do it, which I don't see myself as highly as other people might.
You're still doing
but
anecdotal stuff. You're still dating anecdotal stuff. There's entire societies that are victims to things that we did as a country to those groups of people, and there are effects. There are effects that will play out for decades, and for you to not acknowledge that is really gross. And I think people would call you a race traitor. I believe that's what that's called.
What exactly am I not understanding exactly? Like I'm understanding that there's been problems.
Me telling you statistics such as black people get 20% longer sentences, and for you to be like, well, my 5 friends didn't see that, so that's not true.
No, that's not exactly what I said either. So you're changing the goalpost on that one. You're shifting the goalpost on that one. I'm saying that just from what I've seen, like I've lived around all kinds of different races, and I've seen that proportionally they were all given the same sentences for the crimes committed, depending on the crimes. I'm not saying that in certain areas where I don't live that it's not different. I'm just saying that from what I've seen, and I've lived all over the Western United States, that if you commit a crime, you get punished for that crime.
You haven't seen what the aggregate data shows, okay? I'm sorry, but you don't have a clipboard, and you're not writing down what people's sentences are and what their crimes are and comparing that to national data. You're just fucking talking about your group of friends that you know in arm's reach that does not do anything for anybody.
I'm not talking about my group of friends at all. I'm just talking about the people that I've seen.
Okay, again, that's a much smaller sample than the people I'm talking about. It's a much smaller sample.
Okay, so what exactly are the crimes between black people and white people have been committed that black people are also, like, say a white person or a black person commits the same crime? What exactly is the black person being in prison for 20 years?
Here's one exact. In fact, I had one that there was an example in this where somebody got 1,900 years in prison versus a white dude who got 33 years for the same crime. That's an example.
For what crime? And for what crime and how many priors? That's the big kicker
Dog,
there.
the
Is how many
priors thing
priors.
is a reach. The priors thing is a reach, dude.
It's not really a reach because if they already have prior conviction, you take a white person who has prior conviction, you take a black person who has no prior convictions and no criminal history whatsoever. The white person is going to get more time because they have prior convictions. It's all about the number of convictions.
What crime, too? It doesn't matter what crime.
It does really matter what crime, because if it's capital murder, then I'm completely.
Do
I'm saying if it's capital murder,
punishments for certain races?
No, I'm saying that capital crimes have more time added onto it, especially if you have priors. Now you take one person and one person, two from completely different races, right? And you have one person who has no criminal history whatsoever, and they are charged with capital.
A certain race is more likely to have priors?
I'm saying that because of culture, yes. Because being in the Native community, yes, we are more likely to have priors from drug convictions, from DUIs, from the human trafficking nowadays.
Has something to do?
Illegal immigrant problem.
Let me ask you something. Do you think that has something to do with them being that race and just being a certain way?
No, it has nothing to do with them being that race.
It has something to do with the society we live in.
No, it has nothing to do with the race. It has everything to do with the culture that they're brought up in. Now, if you're always raised in hold on a second. If you're raised in a culture where it's glorified to be a gangster, to be a thug, to do all the wrong things, to commit crimes, get away with it, and everything else, then obviously you're going to be more inclined to do that, especially when you're influenced at a young age.
Okay, no. You're not going to start saying that black culture is criminal. It is not.
I'm not saying black culture is criminal at all. I'm not saying that at all.
That's what you just said. That's literally
I'm saying that when you have
are there certain cultures that breed crime? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that there's cultural aspects that breed crime, yes, but not cultures, not
what
pertaining to
cultures breed crime? Tell me.
The gangster culture. That one has a lot to do with it.
And is that why you're explaining why certain races are convicted more than others? Is that what you're saying?
No, listen carefully, okay? I'm not saying that certain culture or certain races are inherent to that. No, I'm not. I am saying that when you have a culture or you have a race that's been told that they have been downtrodden this whole time, they have no way out, they have no way to escape from this, and then all of a sudden they're introduced to gangster culture or gangster rap or whatever the hell else, they're going to idolize that.
Let me help you out. You know what breeds crime? Poverty. That's it. That's all.
Yeah, poverty breeds crime, yes, at the same time. But at the same time, I grew up in poverty myself, but then I decided to pull myself up from bootstraps.
I did too, and I'm not criminal.
Not just me. There's fucking thousands of people who are leaving the reservation.
For every one of those thousands of people who may be good people in your eyes, there's also people that aren't. There are many, many, many more people that aren't. We see that poverty breeds crime. That's it. That's all.
Okay, but does poverty breed crime equally in the white communities as opposed to other communities?
Yes.
Yes, it does. No? So therefore, it's not a race thing. It's not a race thing. It's a culture thing. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter if you're brown, black, white. It doesn't matter. It's a culture thing.
Exactly. Okay.
Yeah, are you saying that race and culture is the same thing?
We can just erase the culture thing then, right? We can just say that poor people do crimes.
Yeah, or people do crime. Poor people do crimes, but not necessarily saying that all poor people do crime.
Hold up a gas station at gunpoint? Have you ever seen that?
Yeah, I have actually. I've been a cashier on the other side of that. But at the same time, too.
Do that?
A rich person? No, I said a poor person do that.
Okay, that my point still stands. Poverty creates crime.
But at the same time, too. So the people. I know you hate anecdotes. But at the same time, I've seen people who I know are on welfare. They have everything given to them as far as that, except for them getting a job. And they decided they're going to go hold up a convenience store. And they have no reason to do that if they would have just gotten a job. I understand that jobs are kind of hard and they suck.
My God.
It sucks for everybody.
Okay.
But you get a job, you work yourself out of it. Is that not true?
But when you're poor and you resort to addiction sometimes, or you just have criminal thinking because of the way you were raised in a struggling family who have generational trauma, yes, you can be maladaptive.
Remember
to
who
life.
you're talking about.
Dog, you are not more qualified than me to talk about this. I promise.
Are you sure? Because I've seen your face. Like you're sitting there saying that white privilege is not. You never actually said white privilege is a thing. You didn't say that.
White privilege is a thing.
Saying that. Okay, so you're saying white privilege is a thing. So you're going to tell me, as a native guy, with you being a white guy, you're going to tell me that you know more about this than I do
Yes.
because I clawed my way out of it.
Yeah,
And yet I'm saying that it's hard.
I grew up in poverty.
Okay, so then you understand what I'm saying then, because look at where you're sitting now. Okay, you have a YouTube channel. I'm guessing, I don't know exactly, that you're doing well for yourself. If you wouldn't have put any of the work into your YouTube channel or to whatever you're doing in life, do you think you would be as successful, or would you have gone the way of the other guys in poverty?
I don't. Can
That's
you
what I'm
re-ask that
saying.
question for me?
So you grew up in poverty, yes?
Yeah.
So you grew up in poverty, and the steps you took to get to where you are right now leads you to not committing crimes. Are you still in poverty? Because I highly doubt it. I'm pretty sure you're doing better.
All right, Emmanuel. Thank you for the $40 to kick. I think that Emmanuel wants to come up and give me some stuff, some information. What's up, dude?
Yo, what's happening, Pickles? One, that guy, he's completely lost it. And one, I just want to really point out when he tried to say that 1350 lie. They always switch up wherever they say either schmurders or violent crime, and then just say it because the FBI said it. It's like this is statistically true, but if you actually look at it, the page that is referencing says arrest one, so then you're innocent until proven guilty. So
Right.
that's line number one. Two, for quote unquote 13% of the population to be committing that disproportionate amount of crimes will mean me, older people, children. We're all the entire race of people would have be having to do that. That's obviously also not true. And if you actually like break down, if you want to pull up the stat sheet where it came from, um, it doesn't. There's a section in which where for schmurders that about like 10,000 homicides were not reported or was not solved. So like it's literally incomplete data. So like it's harmful to like for people to say that and then just take it as fact. So then when you try to explain it to somebody or how it's not true, it'll take more time to break down that lie because like it's been Charlie Kirk has really like echoed it, but it's not a new dog whistle. It's been a thing that happened in 1990 when they try to push that narrative as well because it's just easy on the ears to hear and they just run with it. And then lastly, like when they say like cultural things and then try to like bring up rap or whatever other things, I usually try to say like American history is violent or when it comes to rap and whatnot, that majority of people who listen to rap are white people. So 70% of people who listen to mainstream rap is white people. So you can't just equate that. Two, there's a study that was done on people who were
I like that.
convicted that yeah, there's a study that was done. Only 4% of people only 4% of inmates they said that their crimes was influenced by music. So again, like that stat makes for you to just say it's a cultural thing and blame it on like music or whatnot just doesn't make any sense because rap is based upon people's like lived experience and or just like tell storytelling. And then lastly, if you actually look from the start of when rap was created, crime rates were actually much higher before that. So then each decade, crime rates have dropped ever since, especially starting especially at its peak in the 90s to now where it is now. So to say that crime and music is equivalent also makes no sense.
Thank you. And you're right. 70% of rap consumers are white.
Yeah.
So we would see a much higher rate in crime.
Yep.
W's all the way around, dude. Appreciate you. Fuck yeah,
Yes, sir.
that
Yes,
gives me
sir.
some good stuff, dude. That gives me some really good stuff. I wish I was a lot more well versed on debunking some of the stuff. So I appreciate you.
So I mean, it's cool. There's a lot of things that like conservatives push to people that all sounds good, but like there's no truth behind it at all. And it takes like again, breaking down how wrong 1350 takes more work than believing a lie because it's just it's been said so much. And then like lastly, when they say the term black on black crime, that is also just a myth because that was something that was conjured up, I believe, in like 1960 or early 1960s in a Chicago article to put fear into like white communities for integration, and it just wasn't true. So it was in a way to try to make crime seem like it's mutually exclusive to one demographic. So that's just another harmful dog whistle. That's just not true.
I appreciate you.
Yes,
Fuck
sir.
yeah.
You have a good one, boss.
You too. W Manuals in the chat all day.
Yes, sir.
All day. Fuck yeah. Guest, if you're trying to call me back, I've turned off the phone line. You have been paid to kick, so you will not be accepted back up to talk about this until tomorrow. If you want to come back tomorrow, you can. But yeah, that's it. I also just saw an article. We can go over this more later. I don't want to keep harping on this, but yeah, the black on black crime is a myth according to a study done by, what was the college? JTS Pratley and Southern Poverty Law Center. I'm going to read this a little bit, chat, so we can get educated on this. Vast majority of crimes are committed by a person of the same race as the victim. Bureau of Justice Statistics report. The Justice Department statistics crunching arm just blew up a whole stack of white supremacist myths about the nature of interracial crime and violence committed by minorities. In a report released Thursday titled Race, Hispanic Origin of Victims and Offenders, 2012 to 2015, the DOJ's Bureau of Justice Statistics found that majority of most violent crimes are committed by people who are the same race as their victims. Indeed, the rate of white-on-white crime violence, or violent crime, it found is about 4 times the rate of black-on-white crime. White supremacists frequently like to manipulate crime statistics in order to claim that non-white minorities, particularly African Americans, are far more crime-prone and the source of most violent crime against whites. Indeed, it is core belief that this is the case. Many white nationalist ideologues include the politician pundit Patrick Buchanan, Jared Taylor of the American Renaissance, and the Council of Conservative Citizens. All have made considerable hay out of proffering studies laden with risibly bad statistics and other evidence to make their case. The BJS study demonstrates plainly that this simply is not the case. Some 7% of crimes involving white victims were committed by white perpetrators, while only 15% committed by blacks and 11% by Hispanics. Black crime victims fell along similar racial lines, with 63% of the crimes committed by black perpetrators, while 11% were by whites. So 57 versus 63. Overall, BJS reported the percentage of interracial, that is the same race, victimization was higher than the percent of interracial victimization for all types of violent crime except robbery. Moreover, it explains the rate of white-on-white violent crime, 12 per 1,000, was about 4 times higher than the black-on-white crime, 3.1 per 1,000. The rate of black-on-black crime, 16.5 per 1,000, was more than 5 times higher than black-on-white crime, 2.8 per 1,000. The rate of Hispanic on Hispanic crime, 8.3, was about double the rate of white-on-white, or white on Hispanic, 4.1, and black on Hispanic, 4.2. Consistent with previously collected data, including National Crime Victim Survey in 2000, showed that 73% of white violent crime victims were attacked by whites and 80% of black victims were targeted by blacks. So 73 versus 80. Do I get somewhere to be? Sorry, I have ADHD, so I read very fast. Hello?
Hey, what's up, man? How you doing?
Doing good. Are you a Trump supporter?
No, I wanted to come up. I wanted to talk about the with the last guest that came up, the caller on the phone. I wanted to know. So he said he was Native American, right? And he was bringing about systemic racism doesn't exist. The United States government, for a long time, has gone after Native Americans forever. Like, I want you to look up AIM attacked by FBI, right? And it's going to give you a whole list of things that the FBI has done to AIM. AIM just means the American Indian Movement, right? Leaders as well, like Leonard Peltier, have also been like in prison for false charges because of shit like this. So this guy's coming out being like, it doesn't exist, but yet it's happened to people like him.
Woof. Some people on YouTube are saying really problematic things. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Chat, if you want to see some people who are insane chat about politics, go follow me on YouTube. It's pretty insane. I'm not, for some reason, AIM attacked by FBI is not pulling up anything on Google.
Try American Indian Movement attacked by FBI, or you could look up Leonard Peltier.
Here we go. The
And-
FBI was involved in a long-standing conflict with the American Indian Movement, AIM, which included actions ranging from surveillance and infiltration to violent confrontations. Notably, the FBI was involved in the Wounded Knee occupation. In 1975, 2 FBI agents were killed during a shootout in the Pine Ridge Reservation, leading to the conviction of AIM member Leonard Peltier for their deaths.
Yeah, and they never the thing about with Leonard Peltier is that he was never actually like found evidence that he committed those crimes at all, and he actually got released last year.
Oh wow!
Yeah, off of pardon.
By the governor or the president?
By the I believe it was the president.
No shit.
He got released last year. He's been in prison since the 70s. Yeah, he's been in prison for like 20 years, like 40 years.
Yeah, dude, that guys, if you're finding yourself using anecdotes to back your claims, you're in real big trouble. Any movement activists, yeah, okay, dude, thank you so much.
Thing. Okay, don't worry about it. Have a good day, brother.
You too, guys. I'm a little bit, my brain's a little bit foggy today because I'm still just a little bit sick. But W guests in the chat. W guests, guys, don't forget to follow this account. It's a alt account. I'm gonna be on this for another 3 days. I don't think it was a pardon, says Bridget. Guys, if you're a Trump supporter and you want to debate, come hop in the chat, or come hop in the box. Come tell me why you like Trump. Mahmoud Khalil can be deported. Sentence commuted. By Biden, though, Q? Is that what you're saying? Awesome live stream tonight. Thanks, Brian. Guys, don't forget, I have a Cash App and Vimeo in the bio. If you guys are trying to support the stream, that's the best way to do it. Or become a subscriber. But this is my alt account. Love that. Love that. Love that, Q. Alberto, this is your last chance to stop using the term blacks. We can say black people. It's pretty problematic. We don't really say that anymore. Yeah, words mean things. Words do things to hurt our society. Our society starts to break down when we start using harmful rhetoric like that. That's why we say don't use it. We're in the year 2025, guys. We're starting to find out that words can affect us on a social scale. And we have to call it out. We have to stop things from doing things to break down our society. And if you don't want to like deconstruct this stuff alongside the progressives, I mean, you're just going to be kind of stuck. You're going to be kind of stuck just like my grandpa and maybe your grandpa were stuck in their old ways. That's you. That's you. Saying fucking really problematic shit in the year of our Lord 2025, dude. Yeah, Timothy, you're white and you're not an oppressed class. That's why we can say just about anything to you and you're not offended, because your race, our race, has this thing called privilege. We've been in charge of shit for a long time. I am not religious at all, actually, no. When I say our Lord, I mean Cthulhu. Yeah, I'll thank you, Hoppy. ADHD, is that brain damage? How dumb are you? How dumb are you? Are all pro sports players that are black privileged? Dude, I don't know where you're going with this, but we kind of did some like eugenics to a certain race at the beginning of this country. But physical and phenotypic traits are one of the ways we identify certain races. And I don't think we're going to try to use some of these examples to be racist.
Excuse me. Can you stroke my big fat cock?
No, I'm good. I'm good. I used to believe in giant spaghetti monsters. Dude, love that. If I only had one fact I could say to my in-laws ever again about Trump, what would I say? 34-time felon. I don't know. A Twitch streamer got on here to say that. Was he a Twitch streamer? While I work multiple jobs. Dude, if you work multiple jobs and you vote for conservatives, you are a class traitor. You're giving tax breaks to the richest of the rich, who are already disproportionately like way richer than the rest of us, have all the nation's wealth. You're asking for them to have even more tax breaks so they can piss a little bit debt back down on you. You're a cuck. Where's MAGA? I don't know. I don't know. I'm pretty juiced up, pretty burnt out, guys. Pretty toasted. ADHD is a neurodevelopment disorder. English is not my first language. Yeah, we are neurodivergent. We're different. We are different. But if you're going to try to say that I am different in a way that's less than, I don't know. Tell that to all of the people I debate every day and to the 1,000 people that watch me every day do it. Touch of the tism too. You are gay. Again, MAGA is stuck in like the 70s, like maybe even like circa like the civil rights movement. they're using the word gay as an insult still, when it's like the rest of us have moved on. We're like developing socially to understand that being gay is not good, bad, right, or wrong. It's just a way to be. And I just feel sorry for you people. If civil middle school called it once, it's pejoratives back. There you go, dude. Nice hat. Thanks, guys. It's for sale on my merch store. You people, what? That's racist to say. No, I'm not looking at I'm not looking at people's phenotypical traits to determine that a group of them are dumber than another group. I'm simply just looking at their beliefs. 70s, when parents raise kids, not the Xbox. Imagine thinking that's better. Imagine thinking that being connected to a machine that makes you do problem solving all day is worse than sitting with your parents who probably physically abused you or verbally abused you as a kid in the 70s, smoked inside the house, fed you horrible like foods before the FDA got its like grip on our like what we ingest every day. Imagine thinking that's a better way to be than being stuck on a machine. My parents told me my whole life, like, you're gonna grow up yada 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 by playing video games, and then I grew up to fucking become I don't. You guys know what I did. It's so silly. I was like, look at me, mom. What now? Have you seen Gen X and are out okay? 70 parents did not raise children in any true sense of the word. Yeah, I agree. I was raised on candy, cigarettes, W's. I follow God. My mom is disappointed. You're right. You're right. I just found out this weekend that my mom's a flat earther, guys. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe I was adopted. I don't know. Because I look like my mom. Lastly, you had said one of the guests he's okay, Emmanuel, thank you for the feedback. I'm not gonna read this out loud, but point taken. Taking it to heart. Thank you. How about that China trade deal? For you guys to think there was a trade deal already is pathetic. What was the deal? Tell me. The rest of the world is dying to know. Because there was no trade deal yet. You fucking goofballs. You fucking Pop Tart. What color is the hat in your store? It's this color. It's like a dark charcoal. It's supposed to be black, but it's like a dark charcoal, I think. Here's my phone compared to it. They have a video of the leader of China leaving quickly from the meeting. Yeah. Do I like my Android yet? No. No, fuck no. The color of your soul. I was not raised in the 70s, no. I was born in 88. I think the guest in the box is not a debate. Yeah, they are insane on YouTube, guys. If you want to see the exhibit of like a conservative circus, conservatives' politics, they don't know how to respond to criticism. So everybody that isn't a mindless conservative is like a soy boy or like not as masculine. It's so weird. It's like being dumb is masculine. Do it. Ooh. Be a fucking idiot. How can I get a hat? Being an idiot's manly. It's in my merch store, guys. Here's my link tree. And then the second thing right here is my merch. And you just click on the hat. Click on the hat. And then you change it to 10. That's the trick. Change this to 10. Or actually, you just put like 70 in there. And then add it to cart. And then check out. Don't look at anything after that. Just check out. My hat arrives on my birthday. Love that. I left TikTok to come here. Oh, man. Thank you guys for subscribing to my YouTube. Any chance of putting a hat like that out in a terp type shirt color? In a type shirt. You want me to do a shirt with this on it? I want to do. I just don't think that many people are going to buy a lot of my merch with just my logo on it. I have to get actual like shirts commissioned. I have to figure out some cool designs, and then maybe I can do like my logo on the back or the sleeve. Free shipping on orders over $3.99. Ali says I like the logo. Thank you. My girlfriend made it, and she is so talented. I could do a giveaway. I need to do it. I'd buy a shirt with a logo and a dog on it. Is my shit made in America? Don't worry, guys. These hats are made in Bangladesh. So What is that? Only a 10% tariff? My girlfriend's a boss. I know. My girlfriend's fucking so badass. My dad should have played catch with me more. My dad was actually pretty dope, but he's MAGA, so I mean. Yeah, possibly hug. So for cotton garments, 16 to 37%. Wow. Wow. I don't know what the raw hats cost. Guys, I don't know if I want to do any more debates tonight. Tired. Turn on the call line. I think I just might chill, dude. Just might chill. YouTube chat is vile. They're insane, dude. They're insane. Need to go curl up next to that pup. Benadryl and chill. Look at this. Pickles. You're so stupid. Pickles, do you want a carrot? Play Hello Kitty Island Adventure for the stream? I might do it. How am I normal? I don't know. I don't know. It gets worse, guys, I promise. It gets worse. You guys notice I'm usually pretty chill. Don't don't call her stupid. She's so smart. Log off if you don't want to defend your ideals. Dude, I'm just sick. Eat dicks. Maybe I could start playing some Expedition 33. Give her a carrot. I'm almost like just stuck in limbo. Maybe we come back tomorrow, guys. Maybe we come back tomorrow. We try this again. Oh, I have a meeting tomorrow at noon. I should play Avowed. The baby needs a carrot. Okay, hold on. Eat that carrot, Pickles. Just ordered my hat. Oh my god. W's. I need to put a notification on the stream for when people order hats. I can do that. I'm just too scatterbrained. The puppy's name is Pickles. I am sick. I am sick. Oh my god, we have 3 people that ordered hats. I love you guys so much. I need some rest and some liquids. I'm a dill guy. Did I have merch when you were a big PUBG streamer? And if so, what did it look like? I did. I had athletic wear. I had hats. I had fanny packs. I had a really cool backpack, like really, really cool backpack. Let me see if I can find it. Oh my god. For soup and for you and your family. Thank you so much for the $10, Kelly. Was my handle Pickles? Yes. Chat, I'll be 1,000% honest with y'all. So I need to make a video on this. But before when I was a PUBG mobile streamer, I was not into politics yet. I was not a progressive yet. And a lot of my earlier content, I thought it was funny to do like racist uh like impressions. So I would always do like impressions of different people attempting English. I deactivated the fuck out of my Facebook after I got into this. Yeah. I'll give you $100 to get off the air. All right, Toucan Sam, send it. The impressions of Trump attempting English are much better. Learn better, do better. Did I deconstruct my faith as well? I was never religious. My stepmom was very religious, or still is. And that was enough for me to not like religion. Can I ask why some kids grow up like that and then change? My parents are very conservative, and I grew up in the South. I'm in Texas. So my friend groups, the people at school, like this is very normal, especially for kids like who grew up in the 90s. Like we didn't know that was a bad thing yet. Like comedians openly still did stand up like things that did that, like they did impressions of those types of things, and no one really, I don't know, according to like as far as I knew, it wasn't wrong. And I think just in like recent, like maybe 5-6 years ago, we started to see a change. Yeah. But yeah, I need to do a big long video on this. Mostly to apologize, but to also explain why white people are inherently racist, especially people in the South. My grandparents growing up, you know how they say like racism's taught? My grandpa specifically, he would like drill me on things to like teach me very blatant racist ideas. He would like tell me like this is the way certain types of people act and these things are bad. These people are bad. It was way bad. Did I threaten to call ICE on somebody? No, that was my mom. That was my flat earth mom. Um I do. I'm just not close. Not close with them. my parents watch your streams? My dad and my stepmom most definitely don't. My mom, I think, says she sees him every once in a while. Somewhere there's a timeline where Pickles is MAGA and debates supporting Trump. Dangerous to think about. Is my mom hot? Just asking. Bruh. College was eye-opening for Pickles. I went to community college for like a year. Then I dropped out for World of Warcraft and Keystone and Pop Arts. What was the final straw that made you switch off MAGA? I know I was never conservative. I didn't know I was completely politically like homeless. Didn't know anything about politics up until like COVID. I was very privileged to not have to worry or learn anything about politics. A lot of flat earthers are MAGA. Yeah, I know. Favorite WoW expansion? I started playing during the Burning Crusade, and I stopped at Mist of Pandaria. Code Red Mountain Dew and WoW. Oof. Classic sounds fun. It's just super grindy. WoW tattoo? That is dope, Jody. Do my parents believe in white privilege? Probably not. Bobby, I am halfway through it. Wrath of the Lich King was good, and the Death Knight, W class. I mained a Blood Elf Paladin, and then I mained a Pandaren Monk for the Horde. Zug Zug, baby. My Paladin, I went Prot for a while, and I was Holy for a while. I was never Retribution, because I don't do PvP too much. I mained Undead Warlock. That's dope. Those are nasty. Current retail still prodded in? Dang. Did I ever play Escape? I never did. DPS from Hell, yeah. Ever was a COD guy? I played Call of Duty Ghost. I no lifed Ghost and Advanced Warfare for a little bit. I was really good at sniping on Ghost. Do I know where Parker went? I don't. Really don't. Hope he's okay. I have his. Should I text him? It's 10 o'clock. I'll text him tomorrow. I haven't played Assassin's Creed Shadows. He's up late. 8 p.m. in Cali. Okay. Let me see. Just got done raiding PvP. So Parker, he's missed. I know. I'm doing my best to shame people, at least on my side, for milking the drama. We need to stop. You were the first to make a video. Yeah, I made a video. I went live with Dean for 30 minutes, addressed it, and you never heard a word from me about it ever again. And I feel like the more you fuck around with it, the more you expose yourself to just BS. You gotta shut that shit down. You handled it the best, in my opinion. I know, Bookish. I know. It's wild. It is wild, bro. I'll happily support you again for in-person stuff. Trish, I love you. Thank you. What are we talking about? I don't know. I'm just chilling, dude. I'm just chilling. I don't want to get off, but I do, but I don't. I feel like I could do like a good Trouble live, you know, where he's just chilling. Just chill, dude. Just want to chill. You know where Good Trouble just hangs out? You know, why is there a pregnancy test instead of hearts? I don't know. Pickles fell off hard. Dude, this is my alt account. Shut your mouth. Get the corded earphones. Dude, Parker and all them, they're young, dude. They're young. They're handling it 1,200 times better than I ever would have. I would have been so fucking canceled. I'd be so fucking done. What was the ban for earlier today? For being way too awesome. Yes, come up. Yeah, they banned me. They said Pickles is going against community guidelines for just being awesome as fuck, and it's real hard on the servers. Something to do with that. I don't know. Hello?
Why did the screen go dark?
Okay,
that
it's not
just-
just me. I thought TikTok glitched
I can't
out
hear
for a
anybody.
second there for me.
There we go. Hello?
We don't see you anymore, though.
Sorry, I had y'all muted for somehow.
Huh.
Pickles is holding the left flank. Why are they getting heat? I don't know. You can't see the guests? Dude, what the fuck?
Can you hear us, though?
Yes, but you're not on the screen.
Did you just like lead us into some other dimension? Because I'm honestly fine with it if you did.
Yeah, that's fine. Does that mean I'm immune to Trump?
Wow. You're probably safe if a tornado comes. You're nowhere to be found here.
Do you have tornado warnings right now?
Not right now. No.
Oh, that's good.
How are y'all
I was
doing?
gonna say for this to be a good Trouble live, you have to let friendlies up. So Argentina, you called it. Argentina. How do we say your name?
So it's Argentical.
Argentical. Okay.
But you can just say Argent. 90% of people, actually
Argent.
99% of people say that.
I literally can see up to Argenti, and my brain just did the rest. And listen, my brain don't work so good, so.
That's fine.
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, hi, Fish again.
How's it going? How's it going?
I'm
is-
multitasking badly.
Is that an iguana on your shoulder in your profile pic?
It was a bearded dragon I had.
Ooh, cool.
Yeah. He was awesome.
Did he pass? You say that in the past tense.
I just don't own him anymore. I actually gave him to a buddy's kid.
Aw,
Yeah. He would
that's
come
pretty
over.
awesome.
He would come over all the time, and we hang out and stuff. And he really like got attached, and they used to hang out. Like, you know, you could just put like the bearded dragon on your arm and stuff, and they would just chill. You know.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
What a cool thing for that kid.
Yeah, 100%. It was a gift to me anyway. You know, I've never had a reptile before, and took care of it. I had 2 cats and a dog at the time, and really enjoyed it. You know, it was fun.
Chad wants to know, is it a bearded dragon?
The bearded dragon, yeah.
People pay $40
Because
to
they
have
can't
guests
see us. And meanwhile,
Yeah,
we
That's
can't
true.
see anything.
Yeah,
God is a
exactly.
woman.
It's funny. I don't see Pickles now. It's all black on
Yeah.
Yeah,
screen.
same.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's black for me for
some
too.
glitch. Yeah.
You guys, he might have put us back on the timeline before 2016. I'm telling you, we might be the lucky
Oh.
ones.
I'm gonna do a quick search and see if Bernie got elected in 2016, and then we can really see.
Okay. That sounds awesome. If he does, we should have a party.
Seriously though.
Check to see if it's still the Gulf of Mexico, because then we're in the good.
Oh man.
That is too funny.
That
It
too
is
funny.
the Dark Pickles account, so maybe that's also what's going on, because literally we have a black screen.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
Huh.
Yeah. Shu doesn't have
What?
this account on his white like his green list. CEO.
Oh, show.
Show. Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like an After Dark live. You know.
Oh.
See the host.
Oh.
What are you doing over there, Pickles?
Chat, can you see Pickles? Is
They
it really just us? Like,
They
I
can.
think
Yeah.
so this is funny. I'm watching YouTube at the same time, and so on Pickles, I see no guests are up currently.
Yeah. It's opposite. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's not on YouTube either because YouTube pretty much is just mirroring what TikTok shows with more overlays.
Yeah.
I
What do
just
they call
gotta
it?
get
Like
to
dual
see-
stream, where it's a stream key, right?
Oh my god. Guys, I'm going to become I think I'm going to become a TikTok agent.
What does
That's
that mean?
So if you are a TikTok live creator, I can help you appeal your bands. And I'm also my spiel
yeah.
will be that I will be able to also help you learn how to stream like I do and do the teach you all of my technical kung fu.
All the inner workings. Yeah.
that is awesome. We love that.
We welcome.
Hello, hello.
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 Hey, what agency are you looking at, Pickles?
At my own.
Oh, really? I've been talking to Allison about getting me into hers.
Don't do it. Wait for me. Join mine.
I'm down. I'm down.
4 guests total.
Trump should have been the new Pope, Stu. Shut up.
Yeah, see, now I can see the guest boxes, but I can't see Pickles like everybody else.
Yeah. It's the opposite. Yeah.
I don't know what the fudge is going on with TikTok today. It's funny.
Ooh, we're almost to 100K. I'm gonna do the little like flight attendant. Please be sure to tap your tweets and share Dark Pickles. Everyone, thanks for flying with us today. We know you have a choice in your debate talk.
It's so fun reading YouTube chat at the exact same time as like seeing all this.
How many guests are there? Let's see. I don't even
There are
know.
4 of us. You can't
4
see.
so far.
4 so far. Yeah.
4.
Yeah.
Oh, you didn't tell us the verdict, Baston. Are we back in 2016?
Oh, I didn't look. You want me to
Darn.
exit out and I'll do the search?
You know what? Don't tell me. I just want to live in my little delusion.
Yeah, let's
Like
just
MAGA
pretend
gets
like
to
we
do.
did that.
Also, we just might be in a shadow dimension.
That's true, which
That's
would
not-
still probably be better.
Mhm, mhm.
Why don't you
I
get a
heard in
real
theory you don't need to eat it anymore.
100K? Why don't you get a real job? What?
On a
Oh,
second
someone
account.
was offering you 200 grand to quit streaming.
No.
I know. I was asking. I was like clarifying the question. They didn't answer that time. I was sad. But yeah.
Okay, guys, since we can't see anything in chat, if Puppy Pickles makes another appearance, you're gonna have to like give us the play-by-play. She gets a carrot. She's being cute.
I'm a dummy. I didn't realize that Dog Pickles was a girl this whole entire time.
Is she? Am I wrong? Am I misgendering
She
her?
is.
Okay.
You did, yeah.
Okay.
She's a girl that pees like a boy and thinks she's a cat.
Beautiful.
She hikes her leg 10 out of 10 times when she pees. She hikes her leg like a boy.
Yeah, that's that dominance in her.
Yeah.
Just letting you know.
She's an icon. She is the moment. You can't see baby pickles. Yeah. Let's see. Pickles, show them your pee stance.
Somebody screen grab this for me because I can't see.
Imagine if that's actually a trick that you taught her and she knew how to do it and did it. That would be nuts.
Like the tripod or something.
Yeah.
She's just a stinky little girl.
Oh. Human Pickles, did you, being that we're both regrettably Reagan babies, did you watch The Simpsons? Are you well versed?
A little bit,
in
like the
Simpsons?
earlier stuff.
The earlier stuff.
Yeah.
There was, when you called her stupid earlier and everyone got all upset, I was thinking about The Simpsons where they say, stupid babies need the most attention. Anyways.
No, I don't remember that, but I always joke. I always joke because my dog doesn't know what I'm saying, so I used to like pretend I'm talking nice to her, like, and have a nice tone, but I would say mean things, be like, "You're so stupid." Oh my goodness.
Just like, yes, I am. Yes, I
Yeah.
am.
Yes, you are.
Yeah, especially during the
She's-
gaming days. That was so much fun to listen to. Because dogs do that. It's all based on tone, right? So if you're speaking nice, they just, they melt.
Wait, why did the picture go or the video go away when I joined the chat?
You're in the dark dimension now.
Exactly.
You get to the dark dimension when you become a guest of Pickles, and the dark Pickles reign for some reason.
Oh man,
Oh.
I was about to finish, but the picture went away. So
Also, there's screenshots of Dog's Pickles and Pickles Discord server, which everyone should join.
Okay, someone
yes.
wants me to reintroduce the guest. We've got Gemini Rising, Argent, Sebastian, Infectious, and Stu.
Hello.
That's Sebastian.
Oh, we're speaking from above?
They're in the upside down world.
Oh.
We're the
Wait,
folks
so-
in the pickle jar.
sorry, I joined this stream. I have no idea. Like, are you gaming or what are we doing?
I done with debates today.
Oh.
Done with debates for the day. I'm just hanging out. We're just chilling. We're just chilling like villains.
I think there was enough madness for one day,
I think that's every day at this point.
Yeah, exactly.
When does the main get unbananaed? I was on earlier when that happened. That
3
was
days.
unfortunate.
So the 15th.
That's annoying.
So let me say one thing about politics. I'm not going to start a discussion and an argument, but as a Canadian, that video I saw of Trump where it was like, we've got a big announcement about tariffs. It's gonna shatter your. What is he talking about?
I don't know. Who knows?
It's hard to keep track of what Donald Trump is talking about today. It feels like you have to know the context of what's going on, like within the last hour of his life, to actually understand.
Well, no, for me, like though, as a Canadian, that like the 51st state talk was, it's been, at first I was like, oh, that's kind of funny, like making a joke. And then Buddy kept talking about it, and I'm like, all right, we're a proud country. Leave us alone, please.
Listen, I think
he's
it
not a
was
funny
great
guy.
because it spurred you guys on to electing a liberal government. So we'll take
Yeah, I
that.
mean,
Your
he
first
literally
mistake
took
is trying
out.
to understand him.
Literally took out. Yeah, what was it like
You
a
can't
40?
try to understand the guy.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have a funny bone in his body, so everything he says is like you have to take it as it is. And the 40-point lead that they had, or differential between the two candidates, is wild. That he was able to shift that into a full liberal situation with his rhetoric. You know.
I don't know. It was just like, it was so funny to me that conservatives were leaving Canada big time. I mean, all the polls showed that conservatives were going to win, and then Trump
Opened his mouth. Yep.
started talking. He was like, 51st state. And the hockey thing, the Four Nations, I don't know if any of you watched this or were actually interested, but the Four Nations face off between the US, Canada, Sweden, and
Yes.
yeah,
Was it Finland? No. What was the?
I think it was Finland. You know,
Yeah.
yeah, it was. It was. And it was just like, so as soon as that whole thing started happening, all of my American friends were like, "Oh, this is our game now." Like, I think the U.S. won. Yeah, they won one game against Canada, and all my American friends were like, "Oh, that's your game. It's our game now." I was like, "Okay, let's wait."
Well, you
think
got
a lot of-
Edmonton, and they kicked my team's rear for the 4th year in a row. And you've got Winnipeg in it still this year, right? So you guys might get the cut back.
I'm a Dallas Stars fan.
Oh, that's why they came from Minnesota North Stars. How did you
They did.
become a Stars fan?
So, growing up in this beautiful country of Canada, I started playing hockey when I was about 3 years old, and I decided to become a goalie. And when you're a goalie, like, you don't really follow teams, you just kind of follow your favorite goalie. So what happened is Ed Belfour ended up being a Dallas Star.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and that was like 98, and then we won the cup.
Eddie the Eagle, right? And I love, by
ma'am.
the way, right now, everyone who is also a good Trouble fan thought that they were free of hockey talk. But no.
Oh, people are upset about hockey talk?
Yeah, no, my stepmom loves hockey so much, and I have learned so much about hockey from her.
Nice.
It's honestly like people in the States hate hockey so much. I will never understand how, like, NASCAR, baseball, football, any of that is just so popular in the US, but everyone hates hockey.
I don't think we hate, I don't know, chat, do we hate hockey? And by the way, we can't see Pickle's poor, like, trance face as he's glazing over. So
I'm just reading YouTube chat. It's a whole thing.
Oh,
It's absolutely wild.
I'm sorry, I can be a harsher mod if you want.
No, please don't.
Wait,
Okay.
It's better than Netflix.
Pickles is what?
He's dual streaming. He's streaming on both platforms at once.
and he's reading the YouTube chat, which is not good for his or anyone's health, probably, but
I do it every single day. I'm one of the main mods for YouTube chat.
oh, nice. Thank you for the work you do. God, someone's got to do it.
Yeah, Arjun
It's
said
raw sewage I don't really want to wade through.
Ugh.
It's disgusting.
I see a lot of the U.S. saying that they love used to. So, and we love
I think
Canada.
it's like Canada's cool. I think it just might be this type of circles.
Yeah.
The type of circles meaning what?
Who you talk to and like what region.
Yeah, I mean,
Freaking Florida has a Stanley Cup or two, which is disgusts me. But if they can get into hockey down there, then I guess, you know.
yeah, the penis of America has, I want to say 3 Stanley Cups.
Whoa.
I think the Lightning won 2, and then Florida got 1.
Yeah.
Oh, I
But
forgot.
what you forget?
I've got to fix this. I gotta flash an SD card, a micro SD card, and install this bootable version of a portable version of it's like a Linux OS that runs. It's an emulator.
Oh,
I
yeah.
gotta figure out how to do.
So you're
all
trying to
this.
have like two operating systems at once?
Beep 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 beep.
Also, do you want me to help you with Android, because I do have a Samsung phone. I think I have the same models as you do.
I have the S25. I don't know if I
I have the
really need like.
24.
I don't know if I need
Me
help
too.
with it. I don't know. It's not my favorite.
Wait. Okay, who's Android? Who's Apple?
I'm
all
Android.
Apple. I'm Apple for days.
Pickles.
Yeah, Pickles, I
I think
understand
we
why
have
you're
perfect
Apple because
spot.
the ecosystem is easy to swap between stuff. But man,
I
I'm
tried telling you to get a Pixel, Pickles.
yeah, like Google phones are awesome. They're like the workhorses of Androids.
Yeah, so I'll tell you a fun fact about Pickles. Is usually on Android.
Am I into retro style emulators? I like them. This is my first one. I like the idea of them. This was $39, and I've spent $39 extra buying parts to fix it. SD cards and an SD card reader. So we'll see how this
Are you
works
gonna
out.
emulate it in the operating system, or are you gonna do like a dual boot setup? Because I've done both. You partition the drive and make one a Linux port partition.
I'm basically just trying to fix this. It came with a really bad SD card.
Okay.
It was it probably took 2 cents to make this SD card it came with. It's
Right.
corrupt. It has a boot screen and it just goes black, so I have to reinstall. Who's the loud typer? It's probably Infection.
Oh, sorry, it's me. It's me.
Oh,
No,
okay.
it's me. I'm sorry, I'm the bad person.
I know Cherry MX when I hear him.
It is Cherry MX.
I was wondering. 'cause,
I'm sorry,
thought-
I'm mute more.
I thought it was Pickles the whole time, and I'm like, sir, I don't know what you're looking for, but calm down.
I can't
Sorry,
type that
I'm
fast.
modding
That's the
YouTube
thing,
chat at the
sir.
same time. I'm modding YouTube chats. I'm having to respond to people.
Yeah. Putting
Yeah,
in the work
that's
even
the-
after hours.
That's the sound of a keyboard smackdown, and we support you in your endeavors.
Exactly. Be that warrior for us.
How many people are on this live or chat or whatever?
On YouTube, so TikTok, I believe. Do you care about saying viewers,
I don't.
numbers, live Pickles?
I don't care.
Okay, 218, and then on YouTube, if I can actually see chat.
100.
Yeah, 100. I'm actually impressed with that number.
Oh, yeah, I'm actually am too. We're just sitting here doing nothing. Green glasses back at it. Let's go. Yeah, guys, I need to be better at like actually interacting and saying stuff. I'm just sick. I'm also trying to think in the a way that I can sit back and not have this fucking. I guess I can pull this microphone all the way back here.
Yeah,
Now I
Pickles
just
do the
need
lean back, you
some
know?
snacks.
You need corded headphones. Hear me out on this.
Yeah.
Just for the rhetorical flourish of like screaming into the little mic.
I did get the Good Trouble special. One of these.
We can't see.
We
Is it the
can't see
fuzzy mic?
off.
Yes.
Oh, the
Yeah.
fuzzy mic. Yeah.
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 3 pints of ice cream, chat. If you guys want to order me 3 pints of ice cream, fuck, they're closed already. You can do
Oh.
it tomorrow.
Isn't that the worst? Like when somebody says something like that and they're closed, so you can't even enjoy it, and now it's just going to be stuck in your mind for the next hour or two.
I've got like 3 pints Ben and Jerry's in my freezer if you want one.
I've gained roughly 15 pounds since I've started eating multiple pints at a time.
Yeah, let's not talk about weight gain right now.
It all went to my butt cheeks too.
Hey, more cushion for sitting, man. You putting in work on these lives, so.
Pickles is like 7 feet tall, which is my favorite new like lore, Pickles lore. So it just gets distributed.
He's not.
Yeah,
So
I'd say he's 8'12", like Cat Williams said about Shaq.
What is it, Pickles? You and I been friends for what, like 13 years?
Someone said prove it. Yeah.
Prove what?
My BBL 15 pounds.
Don't make him stand up, Chad. He's gonna hit the ceiling.
I'm just talking about like, yeah, Pickles. He's not tall. He's like 5'9" and 3/4, I think.
Wow.
Shut up.
Fake news. Yeah.
Yeah,
Listen, some of us are 5 feet 0 inches. So no
some
hate
of
to my short kings and queens.
Some of us are 6'4", and some of us pretend to be 6'4", so.
Yeah, 4'9" on stilts, right?
Pickles is quiet.
Oh, see, Lauren in the chat says me. I'm some of us. You and me both, girly. But together we're 10 feet tall and we could take all these motherfuckers.
Well, I will say Pickles and I are both 6'4". We've got beautiful pictures together. They're some of the best pictures you might ever see. There's the one where we're holding you like a child, but it took all 4 of us.
That's adorable.
Yeah,
Back when I had
because of
emo
the
hair
leverage.
and a receding hairline.
Pardon me?
So back when I had emo hair and a receding hairline.
No.
It wasn't my best look. I used to
Dude,
have,
did
I
you
used to have
know-
1-inch gauges.
Nice. I was gonna say, did you know emo pickles? Was this like a real phase?
Was
What? I didn't know that.
With emo Pickles?
Mm-hmm.
Stu is still emo, and well, not really, because
Emo
still
stew
wish-
is like disco stew. It's another Simpsons reference for my other millennials in the chat. You're welcome.
everything, like every character in TV or movies named Stu is always just the biggest loser.
Oh,
Like Stuart Saves His Family, or I never even really watched The Big Bang Theory, but Stuart, that guy was a loser.
Yeah, I
what
get that
about
one
little
stuck in my head when I hear it.
Stuart?
Yeah, Little Stuart, or Stuart Little is
Stuart Little. Whoops.
It's a lot of fun when you're 6'4" and people
Yeah.
are like, oh.
So- I was just thinking that.
Yeah,
By
Stuart
the way,
Little.
real quick, I had to switch my headsets. Can you guys hear me okay?
Oh yeah.
We can hear you.
Cool.
Yep.
Thanks.
But yeah, I'm gonna say again, sorry for the keyboard people.
No, you're fine. Just,
Yeah, it's been fine. You're good.
just don't ever type on the keyboard like that when we can all hear it.
Guys, I'm gonna do things to fix my emulator. I'm just gonna let you guys watch me do PC stuff. I'm just gonna let you watch my screen so that it's not nothing.
Well, technically, we can't watch anything. So
You're
I
just
know.
gonna have to close your eyes and imagine it.
Or you can go on YouTube and watch at the same time with YouTube pop-up mode.
Oh, dang.
Wait, I can see his face on
Yeah.
YouTube if you switch tabs?
Mhm.
I forgot about that.
I don't even care. I'm
I
on
have
my
my computer sitting right here in front of me.
Yeah,
It's,
RTP in the chat. Give us the exact play-by-play. This sounds... I don't want to miss out on this.
Tommy Pickles. Johnny Pickles.
Are you trying to build a custom PC?
No, I have this thing right here that I need to reinstall shit onto.
I will type quieter from now on.
No, you're fine.
Wait, so, like, can everyone else see Mr. Pickles, but the people that are actually in the chat can't see?
Everyone in
No,
chat
the people
can
that
see.
guessed.
Sorry?
So everyone who's voice chatting right now, all the names that you see below you can't see the thing. Can't see Pickles.
Oh, that's what I was saying. Like, so everyone that is talking together, we can't see each other.
Yep.
Yep.
We've been banished to the Shadow Realm.
Yep. It's
comparatively, my YouTube has like a 5-second delay.
I don't know. It's weird like that. I just noticed that when I got onto here, it's weird.
Yeah, it's usually the platforms have a little bit different connection time. I think TikTok is one of the fastest, right, Pickles? I mean, you've streamed on pretty much all of them.
What was the question?
Which one has the least latency when you're streaming?
It varies daily.
It's not YouTube, I know that. Like, YouTube's kind of the worst. What was it? What was it? One of the Paul brothers fights. It was.
Oh no! Yeah, Netflix did Jake Paul's boxing match with Jake Paul.
With Mike Tyson, right?
Mm-hmm.
What a disaster! And it was obviously a fake fight.
Oh yeah. I think it was the first match I ever saw too, ever.
That was the first boxing match you've ever seen in your life.
Yep.
I'm not going to ask your age, but I know you're very young. just upon saying that, because I remember watching Mike Tyson in his prime as a child in Canada.
Yeah, because he was in the Olympics, right? Who was he with? They were both super young, actually.
No, I think like the first Tyson fight I saw is I don't know if you guys know how old anyone is in this chat, but so when I was a small child growing up in Canada, you could get these things called black boxes.
Yeah.
And it basically gave you a legal cable and pay-per-view. It was a big deal in the 90s. But yeah, it was one of Tyson's big fights, and I don't know. I think I missed the 90s and the early 2000s more than
any other era. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I was born at the very tail end of '85, and so I spent the rest of the '80s in Scotland. Then I grew up in Canada. Then I moved to the U.S. and I got bullied a lot for being a foreigner.
Right. It's horrible.
Fucking US. Sorry about that. Did you say Scotland? That you were in Scotland?
I was born in Scotland, yes.
Oh, cool.
My entire bloodline is Scottish, but I lost the accent because I left when I was 3. My mom still has the accent, my dad still does, and the rest of my family still lives in Scotland, so they still have the accent.
Yeah, I was early '86, so I lived through the same stuff you did. I'd say like just culturally, music wise,
Yeah.
90s, 2000s were pretty much it. Everything after that, like, it went downhill pretty fast.
Yeah, I mean, it was just like, I think getting to grow up in the era, like, without the social media and the smartphones and all that, it was the best thing that could have ever happened to me.
90s Canadian music. Oh my gosh.
Oh,
All
yeah, I mean,
Canadian
there's a
music.
ton. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
a ton of cultures. I remember listening to like Pot Shot, which was a Japanese, like, I don't even want to call them metal because they weren't, but it was of that kind of genre, you know, like screamo type of stuff, and just everywhere. It was so good.
Who is it? Sorry.
They were called Pot Shot. Really small band. Like, you can find them on YouTube if you search, like, I don't know, probably 20 years in the past.
Which
Sorry, no, I'm laughing at chat because they're also. Are you playing hit or smash in the chat?
Ooh, this could be fun.
It could be, or it could be dangerous as well.
impeach and remove. Where's that coming from?
I lost.
Impeach,
I lost.
elect.
All capitals. Impeach and remove. Who are we impeaching and removing?
I thought this was
Yeah,
a version of smash or pass.
Yeah, that's what
right.
I thought. Oh,
I
we
thought
need,
we
you
were
need
talking
to
about,
nominate
like-
people.
Impeach so we can have JD Vance as the president. I don't know, man.
Mm-hmm.
I have the type of ADHD where I lose everything, and I was just playing with 2 tiny micro SD cards, and I have no idea where they are.
And they're gone forever.
Listen,
Oh my
couple
gosh,
things.
that's me.
The other night, I lost my car keys. So I have a lanyard. It's got my car keys, my house keys, my mail keys, everything. And I blame my mom. I was like, you had my keys last. So she tore apart the house and this and that. And then I walked to my bedroom.
Hmm.
It was on my end table. My whole set of keys.
Beautiful, yeah. Actually just reminded me of Joey Coy's bit on losing his keys and trying to get his mom to help him look for it. So unbelievably good.
What?
Joey Coy's a stand-up comedian.
Oh,
You should watch that if you get it when you get a chance. It's pretty hilarious.
Joe Coy?
Yeah,
Like Joey.
Joy Joy Coy Koy
Joy Koy?
Joy. So Joy Coy.
Okay.
Yeah.
J-O-I, not J-O-I.
That's right. Joy.
Arjun, why are you laughing? Because I'm laughing for reasons.
I'm
But-
laughing at chat being like giving us so much of a play-by-play, which is
No, I'm
stellar.
loving it. I'm actually like stuck. That's why I'm like stuttering when I'm speaking and saying the guy's name, you know, stage name.
So speaking of comedy, is anyone in this chat like Daniel Tosh or Jesselnick?
Did Daniel Tosh, he seems like the kind of guy that might have gone, well, I don't want to slander him, but like I could see him going alt-right or something, but maybe not. I don't know. Speaking of like humor that was of its time.
Yeah, comedy is very like toting a line and using very like I loved Robin Williams live on Broadway, but if you watch it now because it was so politically charged and it's kind of like lost its relevancy, right? But then I
Now, was
watched,
Live on Broadway, was that his first one or his last one?
I think that was his last one, not the
That was okay, yeah.
yeah.
Tosh is
It
very
was at the
liberal
Met.
chat saying
It was
things.
Live at the Met was his first one.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And I was fortunate enough to see George Carlin before he passed. I would like to mention that
Oh.
because I saw that man and what an amazing act, amazing human being that guy was.
Oh, he was a wordsmith.
Unbelievable. Yeah.
Like,
I mean, you can see clips of his interviews and stuff like that and him getting very politically charged and saying how we've been messed up.
Well, so another thing I will say, not just as Canadian, but as a fan of like dry, dark humor, that
Norm
it's
Macdonald.
It's also yes,
Joe Coy. Yeah, you're right, Miss Lily. Sorry.
Norm Macdonald.
I miss Norm Macdonald, Gilbert Gottfried,
him
like
Right.
a few of these that passed away
Love
recently.
Gilbert Gottfried.
Yeah.
Chris Farley, Phil Hartman, John Candy.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh my
John Candy
gosh.
was a legend.
Canada lost
Eddie Murphy.
so many legends. Eddie Murphy's still alive.
Yeah.
I know, but still, he's not. His comedy died.
He had a good era
for lack
sure.
of a better word. I mean,
Yeah.
he doesn't
Yeah.
do it much anymore. He barely even acts anymore. Which, I mean, don't get me wrong.
Well,
by all
so-
means, I mean, you made your money. Get out of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Beverly Hills Cop was great until the most recent one, Axel F.
Right.
The Netflix. That
That was
was
terrible.
I'm sorry, but that was horrible.
Mitch Hedberg.
Now,
Yep.
Delirious, for its time, Delirious was probably one of the greatest and almost the most controversial, other than
Oh,
maybe
Mitch
like Lenny
Hedberg?
Bruce of
Yeah.
his time.
I'm so glad someone said Mitch Hedberg because it's honestly for me, like
Oh yeah, Mitch Hedberg is great.
humor is the absolute best. And I will say, like, with my favorite comedians being like Daniel Tosh and just all the controversial ones, Nate Bargatze is one of my favorite comedians today now.
Mitch Hedberg has some fucking bangers.
He does.
Yeah.
It's sad that we've lost a few to D-Rugs, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but no, you
One
were talking
time,
about
I saw
Carlin.
Norm-
I've got everything he's ever recorded.
one
Norm
time
had
I saw a
cancer.
wino eating grapes, and I said, "Hey, you have to wait."
An escalator, if
Yes.
never broken, is just temporarily stairs.
Stay.
Exactly.
Yeah. All my life, I lay in my twin bed, wondering where my brother was.
What I've learned today is I don't know humor. I didn't recognize a single one of those people.
Oh goodness.
Mitch
You don't recognize
Hedberg
George
is
Carlin?
for one-liners. Amazing.
Okay, I recognize Robin Williams, but that's it. And Eddie Murphy, of course.
And you
You
are
don't know George Carlin?
young.
George Carlin.
Maybe I recognize his face. I'm a face
What
person.
about sorry.
George Carlin. Have you ever seen the movie? Oh hell, what's it called? Dogma.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
The one
Yes,
by
I
Kevin
have.
Smith.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. He's the one that plays the pastor, right? Yeah, the pastor
Yeah.
in Dogma.
Okay.
He also
Sorry.
plays the hitchhiker on Jay and Silent Bob Strikes Back.
Yep.
He doesn't do a lot for movies. It's mostly been his comedy shows for most of his life.
And he was a
used to do
comedian for years, like decades too,
Yeah.
right? Like his career was like 30 or 40 years long, if not longer than that, you know.
Oh
like
god, it was most of his life. Yeah,
Yeah,
it
most
stretches
of his
back
life,
into the
he
late
was-
60s.
Yeah, you could
guess
see,
people
his early stuff, man. That really like hits so good, and it progressed so well. Like he was very well in tune with how to deliver comedy and make the jokes, but also have a very meaningful conversation within it. You know, like
Right.
I just
That's actually how I started my account when I was trying to get up to my 1,000 followers originally to go on lives. I started posting these videos that I tagged pearls of wisdom from stand-up comedy.
yeah,
And one of them was Carlin was in an interview where he was talking about conservatives and about liberals. And it's a very, very fascinating comparison, especially if you have any right-wingers that sit there and say, oh yeah, man, I love Carlin. And show him that video.
yeah. 100%,
There's an interview
yeah.
he did. It was in the late 90s, I believe it was. Technically speaking, he was an anarchist.
Right.
You know, he just was. He enjoyed watching the world fall apart and eat itself. He just wanted to make
he
comments
actually
on it.
said that he wanted to watch it happen. You know, like he was very much about that. You know, and seeing
Oh, what was that
to me
bit?
was like leading towards where the path of where he saw stuff going, and what I mean about like truth within comedy and stuff. You know, it's
I want to.
insightful.
What was that bit? I want to see a chicken truck crash into a dynamite factory, explode, and go all over a leaf blowing plant, and all this other crap. You know,
Exactly.
He wanted to watch the world burn and laugh at it.
Yeah.
For its
His
ignorance.
tangents would go on too. Like he could keep it going for a few minutes. It was
Oh yeah.
it was pretty awesome, man. I mean,
I'll make,
there's always like really good, really bad. You know, there's people that have stolen jokes and stuff like that. But the original comedy and like the Mitch Hedbergs, which he didn't get as much recognition. He wasn't like huge, but at the same time, his era of comedy was coming out as we got into like social media and stuff like that, and LimeWire and all this stuff. So a lot of it got distributed. Just like what's that guy's name that worked at a Costco in a movie?
Dane Cook.
Dane Cook, who had his
Cook,
brother
yeah.
stole all of his money. You know,
Yeah,
He's on TikTok.
is he really?
Yeah, he's on TikTok. He goes live every now and again.
Oh man,
Well,
I'll have to look for him.
Chris D'Elia, he also got canceled for being I don't know how to say it in the way that I'm allowed to say it on TikTok. He was a
Employee of the month. Yeah, that's right.
predator.
CP.
Yeah, you can say that word.
I can say predator.
Yeah, I've never seen anybody get tagged for that one.
Yeah, I'm almost banned from TikTok at this point because, like, I saw an advertisement for that Wicked movie on Amazon with Ariana Grande and whatever. But I saw the clip on TikTok and I said she looks like a Ninja Turtle, talking about the Wicked Witch. My comment got taken down. I tried to appeal and they were like, nope, that goes against the guidelines. And I was like, it wasn't anything mean. Like, I'm still a huge fan of the Ninja Turtles. So,
Yeah, how could you not be a fan of Leonardo and all them?
yeah, like, I
First
just
off,
don't.
I think Raphael's cooler.
Raphael was pretty cool. Yeah.
Yeah, he was like, honestly, as an adult, you're like, yeah, that's me. My favorite was Leonardo, but Raphael.
Sorry, I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at chat bio. Sorry about that.
Oh, he's making this gadget. He wishes.
Linux is one of those things too. Is even when you get the thing booted, you're still gonna have to sometimes like get drivers to work, and
Even for Windows, you have to do that.
yeah,
Like,
I mean, at least Windows is like, okay, I'll just go to like the motherboard manufacturer and download updates for BIOS and whatever driver you can go to like Intel or wherever and do these scans.
And
But like Linux is like sometimes it's so obscure that you have to go in and code the thing. Like I have a Linux on my laptop. I have a dual boot, and it's fun for someone who has like the time, patience to sit there and do research and figure out how to get the stuff done. But it does take time
God, I
to
haven't
do the
played
initial
with-
setup.
I was gonna say I haven't played with Linux since like Red Hat 5.
Yeah, I mean Linux is
I'm old,
awesome
by the
because
way.
it's so light. It's like I think
Right.
I think I have Mint Linux or something like that. So it's in like an Ubuntu style, and
okay.
I think it
Real
runs on like
at least some user friendly then.
something
It's
more
Ubuntu.
user friendly. Yeah. So some of the
Right,
updates will
right.
happen, but you still have to go in there and do adjustments. Like
See, that's why I used to run Red Hat because it was thin. I mean, there was just nothing to it. The GUI was real
thin.
simple.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I miss
It
DOS.
didn't take up any room at all. I miss
DOS
That
is
sounds
awesome.
terrifying.
No,
It was
real
simpler
quick,
times.
CD ...
real quick,
I-
we're talking about.
I played DOS because I played some of the older games. I like playing
Oh,
the
yeah.
older games.
Yeah.
What? Like, did you play Doom, Duke
Like
Nukem?
Doom and Duke
Maybe.
Nukem.
Oh, man, I had the original Doom on PC. I
I
was
like how there's
playing-
like three of us here and we all thought of the same two games right at the same time.
yeah, exactly.
There weren't
I'm-
that. I mean, there probably were more
That's all
DOS
we
games
had.
than
It's all we
Yeah.
had.
Okay.
Duke
I'm
Oh
so
yeah, DOS
educated.
games you had like you had like 5.5 inch or 5 3/4 floppies, right? And you put in like what was the Frogger one, And there was Asteroid. There was a ton of them.
Space Invader, I think, made it.
Space
Used to have
Invader. Yeah, there you
Pitfall
go.
from DOS.
Yeah. My dad's worked in tech since I was a child in the 80s. So it was like there was one day.
Oregon Trail I played recently. Sorry. I'll stop. Okay.
Oh no, yeah, 3.5 was after, man. We had 5 and 3. Wasn't it 5 3/4 floppies? The big.
Listen, it's not about the size of the floppy, guys.
Oh, the big.
That's
the
true.
Big 5
It's
and a
really
quarter
about the
inch
data it
floppies.
can hold, I still have a lot of that old stuff too. Like I still have floppies. I still have the smaller floppies. I have zip disks.
Oh God, I think I still have zip disks.
Yeah, I have
Where's
a
that
I have a
disc?
mini. What was the mini CD player that was in a cartridge? I have one. I have one of those.
Remember those? What was
yeah.
that format called? It was like called UDM or something like that.
Yeah, it was ridiculous. I mean, it was the cartridges and the discs were so expensive in comparison to just buying like a CD or a DVD RW or something like that back in the day. But I purchased a car and it came with a deck that had that in it, a mini disc player, and I was like, I'm keeping this for the rest of my life. I'm never gonna see this dead platform again, you know. And I was pretty right.
I think I had a laser
My
disc for a really long
Laser
time.
discs, yes.
Yes, my
Is
dad
that
had
before
one of those.
DVDs?
He had the
Yeah.
he had the first movie he ever had. He
Okay.
had the original Conan the Barbarian with Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Nice.
On
That was
Laserdisc. It was
flip.
fantastic.
That was a flip disc, right? Like you get to halfway through the
Yes.
movie and you'd have to like
Halfway
flip it
through the
around.
movie, you got to turn it off. Yep, turn it out or pull it out and flip it over. And it was
Yeah.
in a box. It was kind of
Oh,
like
yeah.
those UDM discs. It was just in this gigantic. It looked like an album cover almost. And
Right.
you just shoved the whole album cover into the player.
That's wild. I think we're just like telling the chat and the streams how old all of us are.
Yep.
Except for me.
Except for Arjun, I was
I
gonna
I know
say
Arjun's in there.
I was born before. I'm gonna say this about my age. I was before Y2K.
before, just barely, probably. Yeah.
Yeah.
I probably could not even say the words Y2K.
So I know better than asking the ladies, but Fish Stew, how old are you guys?
I'm 39.
I'm
39?
39 as well.
I
Yeah.
think
Well,
that I'm
shit,
the
I'm
second
49.
youngest on this
I'm the old man
panel.
up here.
That's what I'm going
Wait,
with.
wait. Everyone's talking at the same time. Hold on. Ages.
Sorry.
Go.
Oh, 49.
Okay. Go.
I'm the second youngest on this panel, and maybe a little older than Pickles based on what he said today, and that upsets me, but it's okay.
How old are you?
I'm an 87 baby.
Oh, 37.
You don't ask a woman how old they are.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm not a lady, so it's fine.
Also,
You
if
know-
we want like equality, this is a good point to start at.
Yeah, age is nothing
Sorry,
but a
bad joke.
number. That's one thing that I've learned growing up.
Yeah, genuinely, I turned 40 at the very tail end of the year, and genuinely, I feel like I turned 21 yesterday. My body wouldn't agree.
I've heard that one from the youngins.
You guys are
You know,
hurting
I-
me now.
I heard this growing up all my life, and I never believed it. But I'm going to tell you this: unless you're jogging, eating salads, and drinking mineral water every day, by the time you hit 45, 46, trust me, it's more than a number.
My
That's when you
back
start
has
counting.
hurt since
You feel like you're counting
1995.
down. You just end up starting to feel like you're counting down.
Yeah. I'm a type 1 diabetic and basically gone blind in my left eye and got neuropathy and stuff. I'm 39, but physically, I feel like I'm 89. It's all good.
Yeah, I got some battle scars from playing sports and going a little too hard in the paint as a kid. But
Yeah.
all in
Wow.
all, I'm fortunately pretty healthy. But I try to stay that way. You know, it's not the easiest thing at times, but it's got to get done.
Yeah.
I do have to hop down though, guys. So I just wanted to say goodnight to all of you.
Peace.
It's a pleasure.
Good night. Thanks for hanging with us.
Oh, have a good night.
Definitely, 100%.
Good night, Bubba.
Pickles,
Night.
always. You a G. I'll catch you later.
All right, bub.
Cheers.
Good night.
Yay.
Pickles is a G, and congratulations on your sobriety ongoing. Speaking of healthy life choices.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Feels good. Feels
That's
good to
great.
not be blackout every single night.
Yep. How long has it been?
How long has it been?
Oh, you don't have to. Sorry.
It's a year and 5 months. 5 months on the 1st of this next month.
Really?
Yeah.
How long has it been since you've had green?
I partaked in the leafy substance on the tour once
Oh, okay. Figures. Yeah.
with
I don't really.
twice. And then
I don't.
Before that, it's been since like December 29th or something.
Oh, is that when you were on the tour with the what was it? The Unfuck America?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Hmm. Meh. Meh.
God, I wasn't even looking at the YouTube. Ronald in the chat said he was born in '64. I think he's one of our oldest people in the chats and everything.
Love that.
We need to have all different age demographics.
We do. We do.
Mm-hmm.
We learn from each other.
And
That's honestly crucial to have like an actual conversation because, I mean, I'm a millennial. There's Gen Z in here. There was a Gen X, I think, was before millennial. It's always nice to hear anyone's perspective on what's going on with, because Pickles and I, we used to be young fellas and just live life like it was normal, and we were just like, yeah, we're 20 something years old. Now we're older and we're telling younger people, like, be careful.
Speaking of younger people, did you hear back from Parker? I didn't realize that he was MIA.
I thought he was taking a mental health break from my last
Oh, good.
record.
Well, good for him then. We support that.
No response yet.
And he's probably just fine. He is probably unhooked as he should be. That's a lot. It's a lot for those young fellers. Bless their hearts.
Agreed.
Hold on. Like, are we talking about the like famous Parker kid on TikTok?
Yeah.
Oh, was he supposed to be part of this conversation?
No, people were wanting to check up on him.
People haven't seen him around a bit.
People are just concerned because if you haven't seen your friend in a bit, you want to make sure they're okay.
Now, admittedly, I have seen Dean around every now and again, but he hasn't said anything. And I mean, if anybody would know, it'd be him.
Yeah, I'm sure he's fine. He's unplugged. That's a good thing. It's a good thing to be able to do.
Well, and he was saying before the tour that he was debating on going on a hiatus.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. Which I think everyone should be able to take a health break, and I think especially during the current environment, it's so much more important.
Yes.
Well, if I remember right, it was Parker. This has been, quite a while ago at this point, probably about a month and a half or so ago. He was just talking about, hey, I'm just going to start putting out some content, doing things here and there, and I might go off the debates for a little while. So
That's exhausting. I mean, he makes it look very, easy because he's talented, but holy crap. And then just being under the microscope from friends and foes alike, which who can even tell the difference sometimes? That's a lot. It's intense. I mean, Pickles,
I'm barely on these panels. I'm mostly in the comments and stuff, but I know for a fact I've gotten unaliving threats. I can't imagine what somebody like him goes through.
It's awful.
The thousands. You know what I mean? The thousands.
Huge Trump supporter right here.
Who's?
Me. I'm joking.
Oh, okay. I can't tell. I've been dealing with YouTubers, like, some of the people on YouTube, I'm like, are you joking or being serious? I can't tell anymore.
So, and Pickles has posted this, like, that I'm his conservative friend. I voted conservative in Canada, but no, at first I was like, Trump is kind of okay. That was his first term where it was like, and then this second term, every single time I say a video clip, I'm like, if it wasn't 2025, I would think The Onion was posting this. And then AI is making everything so much worse.
Yeah, I've been fact checking every single thing I've been seeing. I'm like, okay, what's the context of this clip? What's happening in this clip? And the only times, like, I actually believe at the top of my head is if I actually see it live and alive.
Yeah. I mean, I actually am conservative, but I'm not a right-leaning or a left-leaning. I don't support one party blindly just because. I have beliefs that kind of teeter on both sides. I'm not a super political guy. Just I don't know. I think it's so unfortunate that the past. How many years do you guys think that we've all just been very divided by our political preferences? It's been a good 10 years.
2012.
2012.
2012. I would say
I'd say
2012 is
earlier.
when a lot of it started.
I'd
2009
say
maybe.
It was when Obama got
Then?
elected.
Yeah, I was thinking. That.
100%.
I was like,
100,000%. It was when Obama got elected. That's when it started. I was
I
a
will
registered
fully admit-
Republican until 2014. I just couldn't stand the way the party was going anymore. I could see it going fascistic.
I'll fully admit I wasn't. People probably guess my age by now because I've been giving so many hints. I wasn't even paying attention to politics, and I was under the false notion that why should I pay attention to politics if I'm younger than 18?
Yeah.
You were a
That's the
kid.
viewpoint I had.
You know, have your
Yeah.
childhood.
Yeah. Honestly, we're not going to guess how old you are. Just listen, live your life, and don't ever form your opinions based on just one side or the other side specifically. It's an absolute waste of time to say that. So again, like myself, I'm a conservative because I'm in Canada. We don't have Republican and Democrat. We have conservative and liberal. But don't ever just lean towards one or the other because of one thing. Allow yourself to hear both sides. And yeah, like I hope your generation figures it out.
Well, I mean, just speaking from, somebody who has been in the conservative circle, more to the point was in the conservative circle most of his life. I tend to still try to tackle things from traditional Republican viewpoints. A good example is like when I discuss Ukraine, which is something I know quite a bit about. 9 times out of 10, I'll get hit with the financial aspect. Why are we spending the money? And I'll flip it back around. There's a report out from the the State Department. The DoD and the State Department put out annual arms sale reports. And in 24, we sold $311 billion worth of military equipment to our NATO allies. Yep. Easy, simple. I look at them and I say, listen, this is fiscal conservatism. That's exactly what that is. We are making money on the things that keep us safe. We can't have the best military in the world if we keep building shit and we can't get rid of it when it's no longer useful or when it's obsolete. We have to be able to get rid of it. And this is how we do that. We send it to other countries that we know need it in some way, shape, or form so that our allies can see it in action. And then the next thing you know, all of our allies are buying it from us.
Yeah, and Pickles nailed it earlier, which was it's so shocking to see Republicans, as they're calling themselves anyway, being protectionists in trade now.
Right.
And we were talking, you know what, Pickles, you were talking about earlier about the flag. You know what? I think it's time for us to take the flag back and the Constitution, because honestly, we're the defenders of that now. Like, I think that we are upholding a lot of the quote unquote American ideals. So, hooray!
That's just it. I mean, MAGA is not the Republican Party. I mean, we kept saying that over and over again as, leftist leaning creators and discussers, debaters, that where was the Republican Party at?
Keyboard.
That's not who these people are.
I'm sorry. I try to I can type softer. I usually type harder so I can type faster.
We
I
love
the
this
clicky
keyboard warrior.
actually.
Yeah.
I love the clicky keyboard. That's awesome. You're taking me back. I grew up on a clicky keyboard. old IBM.
I like
piece of
mechanical
shit.
keyboards.
Oh,
And I
they're
spent way
so
too much
nice.
money on this keyboard.
I have a Logitech wireless right now, and it's so soft key it kind of annoys me.
I have a keyboard where I can switch the numpad to the left side of my keyboard. So
I don't know what you guys
lets
are
me.
talking about. I have a PlayStation 5.
PlayStation 4.
I've got one of those too, but it's super loud.
Reminds me,
I
I should
have a
play more
PS.
Switch
I have
games.
an Xbox Series X that I was given for Christmas from my girlfriend and my wife. They conspired against me. And yes,
Wait.
don't ask.
I'm sorry, you have a girlfriend and a wife?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
My wife and I have been married for well over a decade.
Okay.
And we have a very open relationship.
No, that's all right.
They conspired against me for Christmas, though. We have one of those little video arcades at our bowling alley that does the whole ticket system, right? And then you can take your tickets over to like the prize counter and pay for stuff. And my wife likes to take our kids over there, and so she racked up a bunch of points, and they worked together. They compiled other points together, and they bought it for me there. It was like 70,000 points.
That's a lot of points.
I know. It was so it was a present from everybody. They put their time, effort, and energy into something. It was, my kids, my wife. Granted, I paid for them to go all the time, but I figured the kids were spending it on their little stuff that they always get.
Guys, I don't know how to use GitHub. Wait, are you
Do
going to
you
be
need
doing
help with
debates? Yeah, I might need your help.
Okay, I'll help you off stream then.
Okay.
I can't do voice, because I don't have TikTok on my phone, so I would not be able to guide you through it step by step.
You're fine.
But yeah, I use GitHub all the time.
Kim, I'm so sorry. I quit debates earlier. I am now just being a slob, and I am trying to create micro SD cards to run my R36S. I'm doing nerd stuff.
Do you run a TeamViewer at all, Pickles?
I do.
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna say you can screen share.
I am totally down. Right now I got a feeling I could skip this and just download it, but I'm copying the contents of this really cheap SD card from the SD card of my computer, and it says 11 hours and 30 minutes. I got a feeling I can download this shit from offline.
Speaking of LimeWire, you guys remember when it used to take that long to get a single
Oh,
song?
dear Jesus.
I remember.
I remember downloading songs for all night. You just set up 10 right before you go to bed, and then in the morning they might be done.
No.
Arjun, you never knew these times, and we're happy for
I
you.
do.
As your, okay. Were you downloading
Sorry.
lullabies from LimeWire?
I was helping I was watching my parents let me play World of Warcraft when I was a baby.
Oh, that's actually adorable. That's very wholesome.
Yeah. And then I got kicked off within 10 minutes usually because someone would challenge me to a duel, and I have no idea what they mean.
I will say this: before there was LimeWire, there was the IRC channels.
There's also Napster.
Anybody remember Merc?
Yep, that one I do.
Napster.
Merc was old. Merc was back when it first came out.
Does anyone remember Napster?
Oh yeah.
Napster?
I remember dial-up.
Is that what you said?
Yeah, Napster.
Okay, I want to make sure I heard you correctly. Yeah, I've heard things about it. It's like a mythical tale to me.
All right, well, I think I'm gonna drop down.
Oh yeah, good. Speaking of lullabies for our generation, I'm gonna drop down into the abyss. Thanks for letting me hang out. And Pickles, feel better. Go snuggle a pup, but do what you're doing because you're being
Absolutely.
productive. So, all right, guys, take care.
All right, you too. Bye.
Who we got now? We've got. I can't say the full names.
I'm Argent, so it's fine. I realized my name's way too long. I was going to choose Argent, but then someone else has it.
Well, no, I think it's been like everyone's name except for mine because it's the letters.
Yeah.
My parents kept telling us we were going to jail for.
But yeah. But you know,
I still actually know this struggle unless you got banned from downloading anything on your family's computer because you ruined it for like the second or third time.
I might have done that.
I mean, for me, it was just LimeWire and Napster. I was like the Pirate Bay. People didn't know that. So you would download like pirated movies and.
Be careful about that type of talk on here. I don't want Pickles to get in trouble.
What talk?
You could legal action. So just like sailing in the seas.
Somebody wants to see my current tattoos.
Wait, I can't even say the P word?
And it's more of I don't know, but I'd rather be too cautious than not because TikTok has very interesting
TikTok
rules.
Deletes my comments and they've threatened to ban my account.
And my other sleeve, this is the sleeve that I want to redo, by the way.
You're a black screen on YouTube now too.
Yeah, I know. I don't know what happened. I have to restart TikTok if I want to change that.
No, that's fine. You could do what's best for you. I'm not making fun of you. Sorry if I was not trying to come off that way.
This is the most attractive you've ever looked, Pickles.
I was racist.
I'm so glad. Ooh, you're looking good. So black.
I'm gonna restart my TikTok app. Be right back, guys. Test. Oh, it kicked everybody. That's annoying. You guys can join back if you're on the panel. Awesome, 1 mile. Thank you.
No, I figured. TikTok is a very intriguing thing at times.
Yeah, there's a thing that happens on my PC that when I minimize the TikTok app, I can't maximize it again. So I have to close it, reopen it.
How many screens do you have for TikTok? Sorry, not TikTok. Words. How many screens do you have for your PC?
3.
Okay. Might be another time to get another screen.
Maybe.
Like I got that. Okay, you know I'm an Elgato fan person.
Yeah.
So I got the prompter, and it works like a 4th screen.
I honestly I need a new graphics card.
Okay, that's fair.
I have a 1200 watt power supply, and I can probably just add a graphics card, to be honest.
What's your graphics card now?
What are you running, Intel or AMD?
I have AMD. I have a Ryzen. I have a Threadripper.
Yes.
I think a Threadripper 4, a 32 core.
I knew I loved you for a reason.
Yeah.
You have a nicer CPU than I do. That's impressive.
I have an old school first gen AMD Black octa-core. Still runs
Ooh.
pretty smooth.
I remember that octa-core, that black. Yes.
Uh-huh.
I remember that. I've had that before. Damn.
She was a monster in her day. I can't afford to upgrade this shit.
17
So I just
hours.
added I've got her up to 32 gig of memory, and I've got dual graphics cards running right now.
But yeah, no, when you're off stream, I can help you with TeamViewer and everything and do that.
That would be great. Right now I'm trying to, instead of doing this 17-hour copy of 102 gigabytes worth of ROMs, I'm trying to find a place to just download them, as I'm sure it'd be faster than 17 hours.
What type of file formats are the ROMs?
I don't know. Let me see.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
A lot of them are broken
Yeah, just
anyway.
like I'm running dual GTX 660s.
Oh, nice. I only have a single graphics card. I have a 3060.
I have a 3090 Strix.
Oh, that is a fair point that someone said. Like, you have to be careful what you build because of tariffs and that stuff. I don't know how the fudge the tariffs are working right now.
Oh, what's up, Sue? Yeah. Wherever you went.
I still buy quite a bit of stuff from Newegg, and I'm not seeing a bunch of prices going up. Memory went up.
Oh, luckily
hard drives are staying pretty solid.
Makes sense. I mean, computers might be the safest industry because we have so much built. NVIDIA actually built a factory in response to COVID.
Mm-hmm. M.2 and NVMe drives are going up.
Those are I remember
don't
finding
have
out
one
about
yet.
those. You guys remember finding out about those when the old
Oh God,
SATA
I love M2 drives.
Yeah.
I have a bunch. I have a bunch of SATAs right now because I run on NAS.
Yeah.
There you go.
I have done the math, and streaming is just going to get more expensive, which is fine. So I've decided to go DVD route.
Meh, that's not really more affordable.
I mean, depends on where you look at the DVDs and that stuff, like secondhand stores and that stuff.
So for me, like when I originally signed up for Netflix, it was $7.99. Now I'm paying $26 a month for it to include 4K content.
Yep.
But when you think about it, like in a bigger sense, Spotify, for instance, Spotify started off kind of cheap, and now I'm paying like $20 a month for it. But at this point, $20 buys you one CD.
So I get a lot of things on sales, and I've been getting DVDs over the couple of years. So I do like bulk shopping and that stuff, and also a lot of it's just like Christmas gifts. So I've gotten that. I've also, and also like, you know, I'm watch the same things over and over again, so I can probably get away with it more.
Oh, so do I. Like, I think it's kind of normal these days to just rewatch the same things. I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that we're just preoccupied with our phones and all that. That we put most things on for like background noise.
Like I finally did finish. I finally almost caught up with One Piece, which is awesome. That took a bit.
Somebody else is doing it.
Yes, I'm up to
I
like
just started
episode
a month and a half
1080.
ago. Remember
Do you want to join me?
Pickles when I told you? Remember
Yes,
Pickles you and I were talking about I just started?
Yes.
I'm up to they are at level 2 at
Impel Down.
what's it? Impel Down, there you go.
Mhm.
So Buggy and Luffy.
I'm tempted to have a One Piece night on Pickle server.
I have so many theories.
Oh no, I
So
do
many
your best
theories.
do your best to stay away from the rumor mill on stuff. I remember I accidentally got spoiled so much on One Piece, and I got so sad.
I'm digging it so far. I mean,
No, it's
I'm an old school
amazing.
Dragon Ball fan. You know, I grew up on
I
Dragon
like
Ball
it.
in my teens. You know,
I love
my
Dragon Ball
daughter
as
and I
well.
still watch it. Yeah, my daughter and I still watch it. It's still one of my favorite things. I've still got a bunch of every shirt I own is a Dragon Ball shirt of some kind. I'm wearing literally Master Roshi right now. But I watch One Piece, and you can definitely tell that that Ichiro Oda was inspired
Nice
by Dragon
pronunciation, by the
Ball
way.
because it's the same damn story.
I mean,
Well, not the same story, but the same group.
What
The
makes
group
same
is
inspiration?
very
Like,
Z Fighter-ish.
okay, yeah, they have it, and they do. Luffy does. That's not like a big spoiler. Luffy always gets what he wants when it comes to Luffy and Goku have very similar personalities.
Yeah, very much so.
And I understand that. But it's more of Luffy does get his 10 people because Luffy wants 10 people. Like he said at the very first episode, I'm going to have a crew of 10. I don't think that's a major spoiler.
No, he said it, and I know who. I'm already past Brook, so I know he's got Brook, and I know Jinbei is his name, I think.
Yep.
Is coming up. The one of the warlords of the sea. Because
Correct.
I mean, I've seen pictures of the whole crew, and I recognize the guy. I just got a flash to, you know, the Navy admirals were talking about him, and there's a flash look at what he looked like, and I was like, oh, it's him. So I know he's set to be coming up real soon here. Amazon Lily was the goddamn dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life.
So okay, I'm going to word this carefully. I watched One Piece.
Okay.
Do you know what I mean with that?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
The kind of sped through version. It's like the Kai version of Dragon Ball.
It's the manga faithful edition. So basically, they made sure that's Mongol faithful in it, and so that helps, especially after the halfway point in the show. That's the best way I can word without spoiling.
Gotcha.
Because the
So,
pacing
yeah,
gets
no, I'm
different.
going the
Because
long way around.
I'm gonna say this. Once they get to the halfway point, you can tell that the anime caught up with the manga.
Right.
And which is, every person has their own journey. I'm not going to make fun of you or tell you how to have your journey. I knew what I could handle.
Oh no, I gotta go the long way. This is the entire reason why I can never ever start Naruto, because I know I would never stop. There's so
I actually
much.
watched. I don't think I should speak about Naruto because I dislike it, even though I've watched like all of Naruto and 20 episodes Shippuden.
I thought it was called Naruto.
No.
You sound like a
It's not.
dad.
Ooh.
Boy, are you watching that Naruto?
Oh. It's my purse. Come on,
But no,
Ray.
I mean, what really makes me giggle though about One Piece and what kind of draws me into it, to be completely honest, is all the familiar voices.
Oh no, 100% fair. I understand a lot of the
Because
voices.
they are 1,00000%
Voice
reused
actors,
Dragon Ball voices.
They were when they. So, when did you watch the dub for Dragon Ball? Or did you ever watch the? I presume you said the dub.
Oh, I
because
watched
you
the
said
original dub. I watched the original dub.
So the same when they were
I think
filming.
they call
at
it the
same
Ocean
time.
dub because it was the Toonami version. Yeah.
Oh, that version. Okay, yeah, you were the original, not the. Okay.
Yeah, way back.
I keep forgetting. Okay, technically there's the ocean dubs, and then there's the 4Kids dub. Oh, sorry, 4Kids dub is for One Piece. Have you seen that?
No, I have not seen that. Have
Oh
you
my
seen the Team 4-Star Dragon Ball abridged?
I have not. I want to watch all of Dragon Ball Kai before I do that.
Okay. It's the same story,
I,
but they do an abridged version that is just brilliant.
I know I've seen parts of it and it's hysterical. I want to watch the original version because I will have the problem of once I see 4-star, I will never watch the original.
Right.
So I want to watch. I also was going to watch Dragon Ball Z, the original one. But I got stuck at the Cell fight, and I'm like, I'm done.
Do Kai.
Yeah, I know I switched
Trust
to
me,
Kai
do
recently.
Yeah, Kai is so much better.
I would also suggest the people who also do One Piece actually change some of the frames so they're more manga accurate, so the appearances are more consistent.
Right.
I don't know if that's going to be a biggest thing for you though.
Well, I like watching it evolve. It evolved a lot faster than Dragon Ball did. I mean, Dragon Ball took forever to get good. As far as art was concerned.
I liked it.
I mean, the Frieza saga was so compelling, but the art was, let's be 100% honest, the art was garbage. It really was. It was sketchy.
Compared to today's standards, yeah.
Right. Even back then, there were still ones that were far, far better.
Being honest, I don't
about
know
one off the
that.
top of my head, though. I'm a little on the sauce tonight. Well, the salad, not the sauce, I guess.
Oh, nice.
What sauce are you on?
The salad.
Oh, okay.
The soup salad.
Ooh.
See, we started. They started selling the A version at a local shop in the town that I work in. So I get legit stuff, which is fantastic.
Are we still talking about Dragon Ball Z or?
No, I think he's talking.
Well,
okay.
I'm talking about why I can't remember.
Like gummy bears or?
I'm actually doing the actual salad tonight. I do usually have gummies.
Okay. And
I do half of a 420.
You live in the U.S., right?
In the Midwest, yeah, I live in Nebraska. Technically, in Nebraska, the actual substance is still illegal. We have not decriminalized it yet. But one of the very few things that I will say he did decently in his first term was Trump did pass a release of restrictions on hemp growth.
Yeah.
And it allowed some states that it was still illegal in to start selling like the Delta 8, the Delta 9, and the THCA.
Yeah, like I've had friends tell me about those terms.
The A is the exact same thing. It's literally just young, right? They just pick it young because the A hasn't developed into full-blown TC. And the difference is negligible because when you burn it or you cook it, it converts it also.
Yeah.
So it's quite literally the same thing. It's kind of a weird workaround, but it's legitimate.
Yeah.
And so I don't have to worry about getting busted or anything like that, like I have most of my life.
No, it's just like it's been so fully accessible for the past 10 years in Canada that
right.
Like I don't do flour. I don't do I don't know. I do the little pure things that you just like puff on a little bit, and then we have restrictions like from province to province. So Canada's weird. Like the east coast of Canada, they pay next to nothing for alcohol. On the west coast, you pay a lot, and then if you go like really up north, you pay a lot for everything. But yeah, like we've got restrictions in every province. But there's still a store on every single corner.
Yeah, we haven't quite gotten there yet. we still got full states that it's completely still criminalized.
Yeah, it's
Technically, federally, it still is.
yeah. I mean, here, like an 18-year-old walk into the store down the street from me and buy, or actually right across the parking lot, and buy like 20 bottles of the V word. Can I say vodka or no?
Yeah, you can say that.
Okay. So an 18-year-old kid can go buy 20 bottles of vodka, but people in the States are getting arrested for possession of flowers and oils and
I mean, we still have the DEA. Even at this point, we still have the DEA going into states that have legalized it, busting professional shops that have licenses just because the DEA can.
it's just
what is the chameleonaire? I haven't.
Yeah.
Nichols is talking to Chameleon there on the.
That works. I'll do that.
I don't think he's talking to Kamala Harris.
Like Paul Wall and Chameleon there.
Appreciate you.
Oh, I don't know.
Alright guys, I have a business phone call about my ice cream coming.
Oh, hey, Pickles, real quick before I forget. Did
Hello,
you get
Logan.
that link I sent you?
Oh, hi, Fish. Welcome back.
Did you texted me?
5, 10, 15,
You want to debate, Emma?
25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50.
The
Some
demographic
juicy
differences
data for you.
federal sentencing.
Yeah, for that jackass that was arguing with you about arrest rates and everything else. That is
guy.
a recent study published in 23
That guy was wild.
by the U.S. Sentencing Commission. I figured that would be a good source to add to the collection.
Wow.
But yeah, you
That is
see the
good.
disparities.
Yeah, there's Hispanics too, 10% or 11% higher.
Yep.
Stu, I actually had you in my ear while I was accepting a car that got towed back to me. But yeah, the shops that are getting taken down and stuff like that are doing it by the book, having a bank account, paying taxes, doing it right. It's ridiculous. And my family's originally from Portugal, and they decriminalized all D-rugs in 2001 and saw a massive decrease, like almost 80% decrease in underage use, which is always a huge talking point. They set up social services to be able to get people clean, and it works.
I'm sorry. This was in response to what I said about drugs. Or
Yes, about
Rugs.
cultivation and
Rugs.
yeah, rugs, yeah, cultivation and stuff like that. Yeah,
I'm not hip with the streaming and all that, so I apologize if I say the words wrong.
yeah. It's almost better just to err on the side of caution if you think it's enough to be polarizing or TOS. Just figure out a way to mention it, and the people in this chat are intellectuals; they can understand.
What is TOS?
Terms of service.
Service.
Oh,
Sometimes you can get technical about it. Like, I've noticed that you can't say, like, the pew-pew word,
Right.
starts with a G, but you can say firearm.
Right.
Without
That's
any
the
problems.
more technical term. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Exactly. Instead of using the rugs word, use illicit substances or narcotics.
Right. Yeah, because technically,
know,
like you said too, is
those-
that's still
yeah.
federally under Schedule 1, so you have to be very careful with what you say.
Right.
yeah,
5 years old. I'll be
it's-
happy.
It's super difficult for me because I was born
It's different
a long
times.
time ago.
Yeah, we know. It's
Yeah.
I-
Sorry.
I keep forgetting that it's
Here's a
like
way. Oh, Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. No, it's fine. I was going to say I'm just used to it. That's all I was going to say.
Yeah.
An easy way for me that I keep it in my head, I try to sit there and think about anything illicit that could be talked about using those words, and it's why they're targeting them in the first place.
Right.
You know, they don't want some guy up here, there actually was a gentleman on this app that had a piercing on his upper lip that made it look like a little mustache on his lip, dressed just like him and everything. I'm not joking. He used to be
I remember
on
that.
TikTok
I've seen this,
producing
yep.
I
content.
remember that.
And for people like that, there have to be trigger words, because there are words they're going to use constantly.
Right. 100%. Yeah.
And
I'm
that's who
not-
they're targeting.
Right.
So, like, my biggest problem is with the restrictions, and they're like, you can't say this word, you can't say that word. If you're saying the word that regards the specific thing you're talking about, I don't feel like it should be an issue. Like,
It's not on a government level, right? But it is when it comes to private company. So like that's
yeah,
where you're
it's
yeah.
TikTok.
Admittedly, the algorithm is really terrible at figuring out intent
Right.
from what you're vocally saying, and that's the point.
Right.
It can't determine, the algorithm can't determine whether you're saying it in an educational fashion or if you're being insightful or anything like that. Those
Yeah,
could
it's
be
true.
gotten around.
Right.
Yeah, and it's been around for 20 years. Like, you look for trigger words in the emails that you send in work. It's still going on, but now it's like, I'm sure all of you know who Joshua Block is.
Yeah.
The world.
I actually don't.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I do.
No, I'll educate myself probably off stream.
Joshua Block, World of T-shirts. He is a young man that clearly has autism. And
Oh,
he-
is that the one who voted for Trump?
Yeah.
I have no idea. He
Okay, I
just-
think I know. Is he the one who's in Japan right now, who's not doing his best and has alcohol, substance,
Yeah.
addiction issues?
Yeah, he was in Japan and he got in trouble, and he's back in the U.S. and I feel bad for the kid, honestly, I do, because I feel like he's being taken just
Advantage of.
I don't think it's funny when people are filming him and saying, like, put the fries in the bag, and he just freaks out. I think it might be kind of exaggerating the autism to a point, but I think the alcohol is making it, like, worse.
Oh yeah.
It makes me sad every time I see the videos. I'm just like, this younger generation is absolutely in trouble.
No, they're cooked. Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't want to say we're cooked quite yet. I'm trying to be an optimist for my generation.
no,
But I can understand why you say that.
Trust me, there's people that will sit here and do what needs to happen to try to like shift, right? Like, I mean, we have Pickles has a amazing community, like the Discord. It's just like looking at the live chats and stuff like that, talking to you on the Discord chat and stuff like that. There's a way to shift. It's got to be like worded in a way that it can be understood, by the people that don't really like fact check or do anything proper.
And I will say that it's a very interesting thing to grow. I don't want to say growing up in this era, because I don't know how, like, if that's. I feel like I'm saying like I'm in a different era, or like so different from you guys. But it's very intriguing to grow up like as like I had a computer in my hands at like when I was 4 years old.
Right. Yeah, I grew up in an era where my family was like scrutinized because my dad gave me a gaming console when I was like, gave me a Super Nintendo on my 3rd or 4th birthday, Like it was still looked and frowned upon that kids were playing video games and stuff like that. So there's always like a apprehension to new things, and unfortunately what we're seeing is like the acceptance of old, very old, and values that have been combated already, you know. And you do live in a new era. This is nothing that like I can remember even growing up like in the 90s, 2000s and stuff like that. This is something that's like very, very new, you know. At least in the light, I should say.
Everyone's quiet.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I'm multitasking. I'm also playing video games at the exact same time. I have to multitask, otherwise I get bored very, very quickly.
I hear that.
I think the thing that I miss the most is just nothing was really accessible. We had VHS tapes that you had to put in. If you want to watch again, you had to rewind it. I think the downfall of society honestly was social media and things like this.
Well, it's the usage of it. I'm all for the communication line to be open, but it's the manner in which it's being used and weaponized is the problem.
Yeah.
We need to be using this technology to understand that we are very, very connected. You know, this is not like you would have to make a phone call to another country and be put on a switchboard and have somebody pick up the phone. You know, we've transformed into a very, very like high information highway type of society. And unfortunately, when you have this like influx of information or knowledge or intelligence, it takes a very long time for a human probably to process, especially when it's exponential as it's been. I mean,
and I think it's more of we're in a transition area. We're figuring out exactly how to utilize this technology.
yeah.
And as I said, everything can be used for good, everything can be used for bad. And I think we're trying to figure out what's the best way to use technology. I'm not going to I'll be the first one to tell you there's horrible things that can happen online.
Oh yeah.
But there can be great, amazing things like technology is helping with so many breakthroughs right now. Like it's very interesting to see what's happening on the technology front about the innovations that are happening.
And it's only going to get faster. Like technology has been exponential from the get-go, you know, like, and just because we don't adapt as fast to understand what's happening year over year, it doesn't mean that it's not happening, you know. We just have to take the step back and acknowledge and let STEM and science do their thing, you know. I mean, the premise behind it is to test until you find absolute truth, you know. I used to actually do sim racing, Tyler. I used to play GT6 with a wheel. Absolutely loved it. Would destroy kids on online racing.
You know, just kind of sitting here thinking about it. I don't think it's social media really that's causing any of this. I mean, we've had social media for a long time, a lot longer than people think.
Yeah, live wire.
I remember when I was 15, 16 years old, we had these phone line channels. 15, 16-year-old kids were figuring out that there was a certain code you can type into landlines, and it would create like this private little server.
Not the
and
same.
you could connect like 20 to 30 people on there at one time from anywhere.
Yeah.
You know, I talked to people in Japan. I talked to people in Mexico. How these people were getting these numbers, I have no idea. I kind of got drug into it by another person that, you know, was a friend of a friend kind of a thing. And I got opened up to a world. I mean, granted, not everybody had access to that. Don't get me wrong.
Right.
And it wasn't anything like what it is now. Don't get me wrong.
AIM
But
chat rooms. Oh my God.
It's always been something.
Yeah.
It's always been something. I mean,
Well, I
people
saw.
between the ages of 16 to 22, they want to know what's going on out in the world.
Mhm.
They're curious. They want to learn. They want to expand their knowledge.
Right.
And the things that we have available today, while granted can be used for some pretty nasty stuff, overall, I think kids that are getting into, Gen Alpha, Gen X, Gen Z, they're getting exposed to information that I never had.
Yeah.
It makes them much more educated than I ever was at that age.
Yeah, the information is there if you want to look. The thing is that discerning what's good and bad information is also the problem, right? Because you have both sides of the coin. When you have info, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's factual. And
Wait, but like that's why fact checking is so important, and media literacy is so much more important than it was before.
right.
I mean, like what I've realized is like talking about like what I realized is people who can't even grasp the concepts of stories or themes or lore or like the inner meanings of media like in that way don't have good internet literacy. Some of those skills transfer over.
And like I said, it takes time to adapt and to learn as well. I mean, this is I wouldn't say that it's new, but the it keeps expanding, right? It keeps multiplying against itself, and that growth is not something that we can typically deal with or understand at at that particular time. You can look at like Y2K is a perfect example that all your microwave was going to shut down,
Yeah, that wasn't the biggest concern.
Right. It was, yeah, no, I understand, but
I don't know, just being around on places like TikTok and YouTube and stuff like that, seeing the content that people are putting out, again, that age range, 16 to 22 to 25 even, they're not conservative for the most part. They're just
No.
not. I mean, the vast majority of them are very left-leaning.
Yes.
I mean, the under 25 vote towards, the left has been expanding every year. Or every vote. Every election cycle. I mean, there was in 2020, I think it was, when Biden got elected, there was 68%.
Yeah, which is a
Of,
good amount.
New voters 18 to 21 were Democrat.
Right.
Voted for Biden. And they didn't lose support in him because a lot of them paid attention. They started realizing, oh shit, I better pay attention to politics.
Yeah.
And they're the ones that, they're why Harry gets, or used to get 10 to 12,000 people in a room. They're why Parker gets 10 to 12,000 people in a room sometimes.
Rural youth is
no
huge,
conservative creator anywhere. And you don't see them on True Social.
No, but I think honestly, like these spaces also need us to be in there as well, because when you have echo chambers like that, it's going to create even more problems. Like
Echo chambers are a problem itself because you need diverse thinking to get different perspectives.
Right. Yeah, to understand a problem, you usually have to like look at all possibilities first, and that's why, like, to me, science is such a huge thing that we need to like spend the time and trust and divulge our resources to, so that we can actually progress. I mean, we have technologies that could set us neutral, not to use fossil fuels. We have ways that we can make power that are much cleaner and renewable. Even I was just talking to the guy on the tow truck. I was like, the car that I have is a V8. Well, there's not going to be very many of them as we progress into more electric cars, electric vehicles, but which kills my fun, because that's what I've been doing for years. But at the same time, you have to like adapt and understand the progression and what it means and what the impact is. There's alternative fuels. I think Porsche was one of those, and I can't remember what country they're in. They're in South America, that made a fully renewable fuel. It's like I forget what it is. It's like $1,000 a gallon or $5K a gallon or something like that because of how new the technology is and how much power it takes to create. But
Remember
those,
the guy that made a car that ran on water?
I do actually. I do remember that.
He disappeared.
Yeah. And I believe, honestly, the first vehicles that were made were actually battery powered. But it's not like our energy storage has always been an issue. You know, it's not so much about making the power. We understand how to make power, but it's being able to store it when the sun's not out, or being able to store it efficiently in a vehicle. You know, because even EVs, like you look at a Tesla, they weigh like 4,000 or 5,000 pounds, and a lot of that is battery weight. Well, if we had a more efficient way to store that energy at a higher capacity, you would have less charging. You would have less, you know, more runtime.
Just wait until Fusion goes commercial. Then they'll solve the storage problem.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, because
They'll
then
have
it's
to.
always there.
Yep. They'll have to, because I mean those things pump out insane amounts of power.
Yeah, and their half-life is 10,000 years typically, you know.
Yep.
So, I mean,
Did you say fusions?
fusion, yeah, like what the sun does.
Fusion, yeah. The LLDL experiment in California, they finally got the math right.
Yep.
They were able to produce a sustained reaction for, I think, like 2.5 seconds, if I remember right.
Yeah.
Which means that it was self-sustaining. It was actually generating more power than it consumed.
Right.
And in that amount of time, it put out 3 times the amount that we need on the public grid at any given time.
Well, guess what? I have a Ford Fusion.
A Ford Fusion, yeah, they called the Ford Fusion because it's a mix between I believe Mazda, Volvo, and Ford.
I'm here, Chad. I'm just zonked. I'm here. I am.
He's zoning on his research.
I'm doing stuff.
And I think it is this. I think recently, wasn't there like a Chinese private company that was create a nuclear diamond power
Correct.
battery? Yeah.
Yes.
They were able to do it in a single. It's so cool.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm for. I'm for open. Like, I love technology. I love searching technology for the sake of innovation. Well,
Just
innovation.
knowing,
with, like, yeah. I'm trying to use the words carefully because I know the problematic of it. But I love seeing the cool things we can create. I feel like it's like an ultimate dreamscape.
Oh, 100%.
And
there's
and
so many
I think
cool
it's
things
so,
going on right now.
Just wait.
I think
I'm telling you, it's going to get so much crazier. I mean, it's people don't understand that it's not linear, it's exponential, right? So we see a graph and you see like how light travels and how it goes up into the graph and how it gets to the speed of light, right? It's exponential in how it accelerates, right? And that's what people need to understand, is this stuff is going to get wild. I mean, even using qubits and superposition to store and stuff like that is wild, and we need to explore that. It's just that simple.
What were you saying, Arjun?
But no, I'm just like I'm so like I think it's so cool. Like, I'm gonna word this carefully. I think AI is very cool. As in, like, I don't do AI images because ew.
Right.
But like, just like I have terrible grammar. I learned my first language was sign language, so I don't have very good transition words, and I just drop them by accident. And so AI can help me with that.
Wait, are you deaf?
No, I wasn't. No, I'm not deaf. I basically didn't start talking until I was 4 years old, because my tonsils were so big they were covering my ears, so I couldn't hear for the first 4 years of my life.
That's actually kind of weird. The kid I gave the bearded dragon to had the same thing, and he had the operation, and he was able to speak. They had no idea what it was, and then he finally went to the doctor, and he was like 6 or 7 by the time it was diagnosed.
So I learned how to read lips, so I learned how to talk. I just had very bad speech problems.
Yeah.
And so when I was 8 years old, when I was going to speech therapy, I went to my 2nd grade teacher, and my teacher was making me pronounce like the word crown or red. And she saw that the way I did it is like, wait, your tonsils and adenoids are not They're odd. And
Which
she told my
one?
parents.
Crown and red.
I had a hard time pronouncing those words.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, that's fine. I don't care.
Let me guess, slurred R's.
I want to say yes. I would have to double. I know I had a problem with those words, but I can't tell you why I had those problems with those words.
Like, and not to be insulting, but like cloud and wed.
I want to say yes, but I don't quite remember because, like, as I get older, memories are harder and harder to grasp about like that.
I'm just trying to think, with that tonsil issue, it would probably be really hard for you to pull your tongue back up to the back of your throat to make those sounds.
Mm-hmm. And I think it might have been like.
Oh.
But yeah, it is. Yeah.
Sorry.
I'm sorry if I took over the conversation. I wasn't trying to do that.
No, it's
No,
fine.
not at all.
It was
Interesting.
definitely pickles.
Never stop learning.
He's being
Yeah.
really annoying. Yeah, you're fine. Looking at your face.
The
Pickle's face or
confusion.
my avatar?
Yeah.
No, Pickle's face. He's just like, meh, meh.
When did the live get fixed? How do we get to see Pickles now?
I know.
He rebooted. He started and crashed his live stream.
Oh, okay.
Wasn't it better when we couldn't see his face?
No, this man is beautiful. What are you talking about? Look at that.
Yawn like Neil the Seal.
I have ice cream and brownies on the way. It's the only thing keeping me alive.
That's beautiful.
I mean, that's fair. Ice cream and brownies are amazing. I think I actually had that yesterday. In celebration for wait, no, was it yesterday? No, I think for Mother's Day I got ice cream and brownies.
But
For
your
my
mother,
stepmom.
happy Mother's Day.
Well, no, I bought ice cream for all of us.
Yeah,
I mean, what to buy?
got it for Mother's Day, like happy.
I bought her ice cream. She likes a different thing than I do. She likes the turtle sundae. I have.
Good green tea ice cream is my weakness.
I never had green tea ice cream.
I love green tea ice cream. It's good.
I know. And there's a place that I used to frequent that used to do crepes, and they had a pistachio crepe pickles. I swear to you, if you saw how beautiful this crepe is, you'd probably still eat it super fast, honestly.
Aren't crepes just like pancakes? But
Thinner.
Much
They're
thinner,
and
yeah.
lighter.
better ingredients.
And they're basically, I would say, like little like tacos, as in, like you put fruits in them instead of meat and that stuff. But with
Right,
crepes,
yeah.
you can put cheese and fruit. I would say it's like a breakfast taco.
Or you could just, usually what we used to do, my great aunt used to make crepes for, like Thanksgiving and Christmas and stuff. We used to just spread like a strawberry or grape jelly on them and then roll them up.
Roll them up, yeah.
Yeah.
Ricky Bubby.
Oh yeah, in Ghirardelli Square, there's a few places where you could get. There's a truck actually, and I think they have 2 or 3 of them now. But back in the day, it was like a one truck deal, and they would move around. But they were just like a crepe truck, and it was like one of the most well-known places to go to get a crepe in the Bay Area.
Yeah. I think Nutella's become new for a lot of people, but like I grew up in Ontario, Canada.
Yeah.
A lot of Italians, and they're just like, "Oh, we have chocolate sandwiches," and I'm like, "That sounds fucking delicious. Like, how do I get one of them?" They're like, "Yeah, we used to have them."
Yeah, good cacao has a lot of antioxidants too, so it's actually really good for you.
You know, speaking of like fruits, weirdly enough, in my highness, I just thought of something. There's a guy that I follow on here. He's fun to watch every now and again if you just need to relax. His name is Kane Kerner.
Sounds fun.
He literally just sits there. He gets this big plate of fruit from this place he lives in Miami, Florida, and there's this place just called Miami Fruit that gives him a plate full of fruit daily, and he eats it online. Just talks to the crowd.
Yeah, perfect.
Anybody says anything out of pocket, he just throws them out. He does not put up with negativity in any way. He's a really cool guy, but he'll actually sit there and like nice exotic fruits. He'll get like a raw cacao, guava, mangoes, finger limes, that kind of stuff.
The good
He's kind of a
stuff,
cool
yeah.
guy to hang out with. He's kind of a cool guy to just kind of sit and watch for a while. Really relaxing, very positive. Good way to get out of the headspace of the debate sphere for a while.
Yeah, it's just a guy eating fruit.
Yeah,
So
just a dude eating fruit. He actually makes his own spoons. He's got this little, it's like a weird, on one end it's a fork, on the other end it's a spoon.
Oh yeah, okay. I do know. I've seen this product.
You know
at
who I'm
least.
talking about? He's got long
Yeah.
curly hair. He's got really
Yeah.
bright blue eyes. Real young guy.
Yeah, that thing's actually awesome. It's like a stainless steel, right? Or I think he makes it titanium as well, or
Yeah.
something. And there's
Yep.
different. Yeah. No, that's awesome, man. Like
He's got a website and everything for him.
Yeah, the camping scene, because a lot of that is about like hiking and packing and stuff. You have to keep your weight down, and those kind of stuff. When I go to camping stores, I'm always intrigued about the cookware. Like the stuff folds into like the most minute little pouch to put in your backpack, and you got like a little grill. Love it. I used to do a lot of rock crawling with a K5 Blazer, and we have a few like off-road parks here, so you can camp there for as long as you want. Really, I don't think there's a time limit, as long as you have fuel. And it's always fun to do that kind of stuff. I was fortunate as a kid too. I traveled a bunch. Like I've been to Europe. I've been plenty of countries in Europe, actually, South America.
No.
I mean, I think if one thing that American people need to do is to travel more, so they have that perspective at least. So I think that's part of the problem, is not understanding that there are other people in the world with other cultures.
Yeah. I've lived
I used
in
to-
3 different countries twice. Like, there's a lot to discover in the world, and I think one of the things that I feel bad about Americans is they just think, like, a lot of American friends I've spoken to, they're just like, we're the best.
Right.
They're number one, and I'm like, you're almost last place in literacy.
It's like, yeah.
You're quite high in obesity. Like, calm
You know,
down.
when the first TikTok ban happened, and everybody like fled to Red Note,
Yeah.
I think that opened a lot of eyes. I really do. You know, because people in the U.S. started seeing a lot of stuff from over there that was just insane. I'll still talk to people about stuff that I saw. You know, they've standardized their EV car charging systems to where you can go to battery swapping stations instead of charging stations.
No, those
To
things
where
are
and
insane.
it's all
like-
automated.
Yeah.
It literally, your car auto drives into this little. It looks like a little, almost like a car wash. You
Right.
just pull right in. It lifts your car up about 3 inches. It pulls your old battery out, moves it into this big storage area so it can start charging it. Pulls out a fresh battery, puts one in there. Shit takes 3.5 minutes and only costs like $10.
What?
Yeah, and when you
And
talk
you're on
about
your way
like
with a 98% battery.
Yeah, when you talk about like the efficiency and how we could produce stuff, like instead of people sitting for 45 minutes to an hour, hour and a half at a supercharger station to charge their battery, that they were basically closed off to only Tesla for the most part, and even Tesla regulates like if your car can actually still accept supercharging. These are the kind of solutions, because you're taking the unit that cost us a bunch in CO2 to produce, right? A bunch of precious metals. You're able to recycle or recharge that battery and actually have an avenue to make it so nothing gets polluted and it gets used to the max, you know? Like the less that we use and toss in a bad way and actually recycle is what's going to make that like CO2 thing drop significantly, right?
Right.
And
We just got the Cybertrucks in Canada, and they look as bad as I thought.
Oh yeah, they're horrible.
I thought the pictures,
oh my
like,
gosh.
no way. I'm like, those trucks don't look that stupid, but they do.
It's very funny. I live in an area that has a lot of conservatives, and I'm seeing so many Cybertrucks everywhere, and I'm just laughing every single time I see one.
Yeah. It's not really a truck. Like when you, I mean, I've towed vehicles. I've gone off roading, like double, triple black diamond off road places. You know, where you have to have a fully capable vehicle to be doing this kind of stuff. And like, that's not a truck. That's, you know, you can even see
it's
like the frame ripping out when they're towing.
SUV.
Yeah.
Like, again, just so no one's confused, I'm conservative, but I'm not like the far right
Right.
conservative.
It's a spectrum.
Yeah, just like autism.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in California. I've seen Tesla from the get. You know, I was literally like living in the Bay Area. I was right down the street from their Fremont plant when they bought out Uni. I've had buddies that have worked for them and have told me the stuff that happens behind closed doors and stuff that would get them fired immediately.
Yeah.
Do you have to sign off soon, Pickles?
Do I have what?
Do you have to sign off soon?
I'm just wondering where the fuck my ice cream is.
Seriously.
No, at this point.
Time for sleep sounds good, but yeah,
Ice cream is on the way.
But the thing is, I buy this from this ice cream place that delivers their own. So like the Uber driver, like the API for the Uber Eats doesn't show me where their driver is. It doesn't. They're just like we promise it's coming. You know, we'll call you.
Yeah, it's like on the way. Yep.
Yeah.
It's probably the most bougie ice cream store.
It's Insomnia Cookies.
What?
Is that the name?
Yeah.
Oh, I remember. I think I've heard stuff about them.
What kind of ice cream did you order from?
Insomnia does cookies like this. They do the cookies, and then you can get ice cream too, and then you put it on there.
The like custom.
Yeah, you can do this kind of stuff.
What is that?
What kind of ice cream you got
You can get real naughty.
Is that DoorDash in the US?
Huh?
That's Google Maps, isn't it?
In the US?
I thought it was Google Maps. Or it's not Google Maps, Google Images.
Yeah.
Or Google Reviews.
Wait, what are you looking up?
There it is. Here we go.
Is it like? Oh, that's like crumble cookie.
Yeah. This is gonna be in my tummy soon.
I can't. Pickles, you're gonna make me want ice cream, and I can't order here right now.
I'll tell you what. I'm getting this brownie right here, and then I'm getting
that looks so good. Yeah.
a vanilla. I'm getting 3 scoops of vanilla with swirls of caramel in it, and then chunks of caramel inside of it too.
You have taste. You know.
I live in a town of 2,000. The only thing I have available at this time of night is a bar.
But do they have good food?
My town's even smaller than that, actually. It's a 4x5 block area. There's a gas station and a laundromat, and then I have to travel like 15, 20 miles to the closest like town that actually has stuff like grocery stores and gas stations.
And you're American?
Yes, sir.
I
And
gotta
I live
drive
in
40
California
miles.
too.
I gotta drive 40 miles to the nearest town. That's where I work.
Oh
I drive
man,
that 40-mile stretch every day, back and forth.
every day. Yeah.
Yeah, I just DoorDash and Uber Eats or whatever.
Must be nice, man. I tried to get a pizza from DoorDash once, or from the pizza place, and I called them, and I was like, "Listen, I know I'm like slightly outside of your area, but I swear I will pay you right now a $20 tip, which was like double what the pizza was, you know."
Yeah.
And they still wouldn't do it. I was like, "You're missing out, man. Like I could have been a customer for life."
Yeah, for me, like, so if I walk outside and walk 100 meters, you guys know what meters are?
Oh man, that's that super hard thing that the rest of the world uses.
That we should actually be doing as well, but we're dumb and American.
Yeah, there's 3 countries in the entire planet that use the imperial system.
Right.
So the metric system, Popeyes is 100 meters away from my apartment.
They actually just put a Popeyes in close to me, like close enough that I could actually go get it. And they put a Chipotle in like a year and a half ago.
Yeah, we just got Chipotle in Canada. Like, I live in Texas, but we got Chipotle. It's disappointing.
Do you have Raising Cane's?
Oh yeah.
I have to
Love
travel for
Cane's.
that. It's not close enough for me. I'd have to go to a even bigger city than the one that's close to me. But we do
Yeah, I
have
can
them.
get
And we
that
have
DoorDash
Farmer's
whenever I
Boy.
work.
Oh man, yeah. I don't. Do you have Farmer Boys or what's it
No.
called? Oh, that's a good one too.
You know, I will say there's one that we had a while back, but we don't have anymore, and I really wish we still had it. Was Long John Silver's. Oh
Long
God,
John
You
Silver's
were
is
the
amazing.
last person that was eating at Long John Silver's, my man. No,
I
I-
love
that's
Long
a-
John Silver's.
I agree. It's
Really?
amazing.
I haven't. I'm gonna
Yeah.
be honest. I haven't had Long John Silver's probably for like 20 years. So I'm not. I'm just saying that because
They
I literally don't see them anywhere. So
There is one
they're
about
now
an
working
hour
with
and a
the
half from
Cheesecake
my house.
Factory. They're now working with the Cheesecake Factory.
Yeah.
are they really? Yeah.
There- We do have a Long John Silver's about an hour and a half away from my house right now. Whenever my wife has to drive to, we live about 2 hours away from Omaha, and every time my wife has to drive to Omaha to take her mom down there, she stops and she grabs Long John Silver's and brings it back.
Wow.
Just a
Nice.
crap ton of fish and chicken, and some
That's
hush
love
puppies,
right
'cause
there.
I freaking love hush puppies.
Yeah. I haven't had hush puppies actually. I wanted to try it after because they're isn't that like a typical Louisianan it's down there, right? That was really common.
It
Yeah.
was kind of a southern thing, and I mean, admittedly, Long John's put it on the rest of the map. I mean, you can
Yeah.
get like hush puppy mix or whatever pretty much anywhere. Most people know how to make them from scratch. Cracker Barrel has hush puppies.
Okay, I do have one of those. Yeah, I'm gonna try it, man. I'm gonna go and I'm gonna go find me a Long John Silver's, and then we'll talk in a week.
Oh God, yeah.
And then you're going to tell us like it was the most awful food ever. How dare you suggest this to us?
No, I'll tell you what. I have like, there's very little that I won't eat.
Okay, listen. I'm from Scotland, and if you go to Long John Silver's for fish and chips,
Is it good?
no.
No.
Line.
No. I mean, if you're gonna compare it to classic fish and chips,
Yeah.
then
It's,
yeah,
I mean, it's fast
garbage.
food.
I mean,
Yeah, yeah.
that's-
Well, yeah, no,
it's
yeah.
fast food fish and chicken. They're
Right,
both dipped in and fried in the same vat and batter.